A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
As if to climax the series of suspicions which have grown in Molly Goldberg's mind from day to day and hour to hour, Molly discovered yesterday that the Allisons had concealed the truth about Sammy's absence. When the Goldbergs arrived in South Carolina for Sammy's wedding and found him gone, at first Molly believed Sylvia's story that Sammy was away on business for her father. But then Molly learned that Sammy had sent a telegram to Glastonbury saying that the marriage was off and that he was leaving. And Molly became frantic. Meanwhile, Allison himself no longer can stand the strain of deceiving the Goldbergs. He wants to tell them the truth. He wants to find out what he can of the quarrel that Sylvia had with Sammy. And as he talks to Sylvia downstairs, Molly's upstairs saying to Rosalie,
Rosalie, lies. Lies, Rosalie, all lies. Sammy's not here and they said he went on a business trip. Lies, Rosalie, darling. Mama, darling, please. Where are we? Where are we, Rosalie? What kind of people are we? What happened and where is Sammy, Rosalie? Mom, what did the telegram say exactly? Exactly the telegram said, Rosalie. Exactly the telegram said. Don't come south. I'm leaving. Marriage is off. Letter will follow. As soon as he gets here and his letter marked, he'll know more. I know enough. I know enough, Rosalie. Where's Papa now? Papa has to know. Papa must know. Sammy left and is not home, and then he left just before we got here, Mom. He didn't have time to get home. He's not here, Mom. He should be happy. Oh, I should be very happy. I should be very extremely happy. I should be dancing now from joy. Where's Papa? Papa has to know. Oh, how am I going to tell Papa how? Rosalie, I'm going downstairs, and I'm going to tell Mr. Allison and tell Sylvia that I know everything. They're not fooling. Wait for Papa, Ma. He'll be here soon. How could she stand? How could she stand in front of me with her wedding dress on yet, Rosalie? How could she stand there and lie and lie and lie? How, Rosalie? How? Mama, darling, please. They welcomed us here. They welcomed us here. And they showed us into a house full of lies. And we waited for family. And we're waiting for family. We believed them. And all the time family wasn't here. And they knew he wasn't here. And they told us he was coming back. Rosalie, they told us he was on a business trip. Oh, poor Papa. Poor Papa. When Papa hears this, Rosalie. Poor Papa. Ma, he'll fall to pieces, Rosalie. He'll fall to pieces. What shall I do first, Rosalie? What shall I do first? Should I go to Ed, the brother-in-law, and see what I can find out from him? If he called me in Glastonbury yet months and months ago for family not to come here, then he knows more than I know. Maybe he knows where family is. Maybe he knows why. I don't know what to tell you, Mama, darling. Where's Sammy? Where's Sammy? Stop. No tears, Mama. No tears. No tears. Now I need brains. Now I need to revolutionize myself. Now I have to learn to deal with people I never before knew existed in the human race. All my life, the worst people I knew were people who made mistakes, like you and me. Sometimes they was right, and sometimes I was wrong, and vice versa, and vice versa. This is different, Mikey. This is different. This is not mistakes. This is planning, and this is lying, and this is scheming. This is working, and where nobody can see you and fooling you and hurting you because they want to hurt you. So this, Rosalie, to me, such a thing, it's not enough just to be right. Rosalie, my kid, Rosalie, you have to be smart. You have to be smart. I'll wait for Papa, please. I'll wait. Oh, Papa, for me, this is not so hard. Papa fought to pieces. He believed me. He took her to his heart. He took Sylvia to his heart. For him, she was already his child. And Allison, a man, Papa worked side by side, but why the lying? Why the lying? That's what I want to know. Why the lying? Why the lying? That's what I want to know. Mom, and that's what I'll find out right away.
Leah and Ed. I want Leah and Ed. I want them here. I want to know exactly what they said to Sammy. What they said to make him leave. There's more here than even I know, and I want to know it.
Daddy, they'll hear you. Mrs. Goldberg.
Let everybody hear. Because everybody is going to hear. Let them hear. What kind of a man am I? How did I permit myself to deceive these people that never harmed me, that never did me a wrong? Why? Call me Ed and call me Leah. I want everything out in the open in front of the Goldbergs. Everything.
Wait a little longer, Daddy.
How much longer do you think I can endure this? Every time the telephone rings in my own house, must I tremble with fear that in some way, somehow, the Goldbergs will discover I lied to them? For what reason? Let them know the truth. If Sammy is not here by now, you can be sure he's not coming back.
He will come back. You must.
Because you want him to? No, Sylvia. Let us tell the Goldbergs you quarreled with Sammy and that he went away. If he comes back, he'll return.
But they won't let him marry me then, Daddy.
Why? Why? Because you disagree? Because you believe the lies that you say that Leah told him? Why should they blame you?
Mrs. Goldberg never liked me.
She likes you now. Sylvia, please, I don't understand.
Oh, Daddy.
Sammy is no fool. No matter what he is, what he believes, what he did, if he loves you, he'll come back. And if he doesn't love you, then... Well, I can't stand this anymore. Your nerves are better than mine. For me, this is too much. I want everything out in the open, in front of the Goldbergs,
no,
everything.
No, Daddy.
The truth can't hurt you more than a lie will.
Oh, Mother Goldberg?
Come in, Mrs. Goldberg.
Mr. Goldberg, not back yet?
No, I'm waiting for him also.
I am also. Oh, you haven't been out all day. Don't you want to take a little drive? No. A little walk? No.
Mrs. Goldberg doesn't want to drive, and she doesn't want to walk. Call Ed and tell him and Leah I want them both here immediately.
Oh, darling.
You heard me.
Ed? That's your son-in-law, hmm?
Yes.
I never met him, but he has a very familiar voice. Some voices you never forget.
Call Ed, Sylvia.
I think I should.
I do. Sit down, Mrs. Goldberg.
This is operator.
Where's Rosie?
Upstairs.
Mrs. Goldberg, I want to speak to you.
Daddy, darling, the line is busy.
Tell him to call you when it isn't busy.
Please, call me back.
Mrs. Goldberg.
Yes, Mother Goldberg? No, thank you.
Mrs. Goldberg.
Daddy, dear. Daddy, darling, don't tell Mother Goldberg. She knows all the things you're going to do for us. We don't want you to, though. We're going to work everything out our own way, and, well, if we just have time, then we'll be back, and then we'll talk about the future. Now isn't the time, Daddy, dear. Now isn't it? Why not, Sylvia? You know how your sister and family sister rests on my heart. How much I keep thinking of him and you. If your father has anything to tell me, let me hear. And if you have, let me hear. Because I have so much to tell myself that I... Say?
I had a wonderful walk. And you, Allison, are also indoors? And you, Sylvia, my dear? And you, Molly, sit cooped up here in the house? You're not interested in seeing new sights, Molly? This is a different world, Molly.
Yes, I know. Very different.
Different than anything you ever knew.
Yes, I know.
Allison, you knew where to settle and raise a family.
Jake, I have to talk to you.
We could talk for the next 20 years. I still have plenty to talk about. I compliment you, Allison. I can't tell you what it means to me to come here and see what luck, what fortune my family is falling into.
Jake.
Daddy, dear.
To marry a beautiful girl like Sylvia is enough blessing for any man. But to marry her and find a father-in-law like you, Allison, that's a double blessing that'll be good for the next 10 generations. Eh, Sylvia?
Jake, please, I've got to talk to you.
Yes, if Mr. Allison wants to talk
Of course,
to you.
why not? What is it, Allison?
Take it. It must be Ed.
What is it, Allison?
Just a minute, Jake. Take it, Sylvia.
Hello? Yes. Daddy.
What is it?
Yes? Daddy. What is it? Daddy, darling. He's back. He's back, Daddy. Sammy's back.
Is Sammy really back? If he is, why? Has Sammy returned because he decided to believe Sylvia and disbelieve the truths that Ed and...
May Day suggests a drive in the country or a leisurely picnic. But to our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, it has a far different significance.
Yes, indeed. To me, a warm May Day means just one thing. Mr. Conklin, our beloved principal, is putting the heat on. Some people feel that Mr. Conklin makes his teachers miserable because of his thoughtlessness. I don't agree. You can't make so many so miserable so often without giving it plenty of thought. Well, but perhaps I'm being too harsh in my judgment. A principal's life can't be all a bed of roses either. There must be many nights which he spends tossing and turning in his bed until the wee small hours, hoping, planning, thinking, saying to himself, "What can I do to them this week?" Well, during the free period last Friday morning, his nocturnal efforts seemed to have borne fruit. He started an impromptu quiz without prizes.
Miss Brooks,
Uh-huh. Oh, yes, Mr. Conklin?
conjugate the verb strive, please.
Strive, strive, strove, striven.
Now, thrive.
Thrive, throve, striven. Oh, no. Really, Mr. Conklin, these sudden little tests are quite disconcerting. I don't...
Silence, Miss Brooks. We're not finished.
Yes, sir. More verbs?
5.
5. 5, 7. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Conklin. 5 isn't a verb.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. I knew my visit to your room would produce some valuable bit of information. Now, my main reason for dropping in, however, was to ask you to do me a favor, Miss Brooks. As you know, Sunday is Mother's Day.
Yes, I know, Mr. Conklin. Thanks to a special savings plan I started in February, I was able to send my mother a card this morning. But what did you want me to do for you?
I'd like you to take this package home with you and keep it until Sunday morning. It's a little Mother's Day remembrance for Mrs. Conklin, and I don't want her to stumble upon it before time. Wonderful woman, Mrs. Conklin, and she's trained our daughter Harriet to be a duplicate of herself.
Really?
Yes. Yes, between them, they're the two biggest snoopers in the county.
That makes it unanimous. I'll be happy to keep the package for you.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. I hope my daughter Harriet remembers Mother's Day. Lately, she's had her mind on nothing but that moronic manager of the baseball team, Walter Denton.
Walter isn't so bad, Mr. Conklin. Of course, he's not a brilliant student.
Brilliant. Walter Denton is Madison's gift to subnormality. The thing that annoys me most is the way he bounces. He never goes anywhere. He always bounces there.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. I just thought I'd bounce in for a minute.
Well, if it isn't the human handball.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin. If I'm interrupting anything, I'll just bounce along.
No, Walter. Mr. Conklin was about to dribble back to his office. That is, you were finished with me, weren't you, Mr. Conklin?
Quite. Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Hasta la vista, Mr. Conklin. I learned that in Spanish. It means see you later.
Oh. Well, no se lo veo a usted primero.
What does that mean, Miss Brooks?
That means not if I see you first. Now, what can I do for you, Walter?
Well, I need some advice, Miss Brooks. And as is my wont when I want advice, I've hied myself to my favorite English teacher. And for that matter, my favorite any kind of teacher.
Are you sure it's only advice you want?
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. It's about a Mother's Day gift, but a very special type of mother, Miss Brooks. That is, well, I know it's impossible right now, but just for supposition's sake, suppose you woke up one day and found yourself a mother.
I have a mother. Of course, she's miles away.
No, Miss Brooks, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, if you awoke to find that you were a mother, now what would your first question be?
What did it weigh, Doc?
Are you sure, Miss Brooks? Are you quite certain you wouldn't say, how is my husband?
Not me. I might say, who is my husband?
I'm serious, Miss Brooks. My dad told me that was my mother's first concern after she knew that I was all right. You know, she thinks of us constantly and never of herself. But me, what do I do in return? I don't get out of bed when she wakes me. I leave my clothes all over the house. Sunday's Mother's Day, Miss Brooks, and I've got to make it up to her.
Well, that's pretty short notice, Walter, but I have a suggestion for you.
You have?
Yes. Sunday morning, wait till your mother starts to make breakfast. When you're sure she's in the kitchen, close the door quietly behind her.
Then?
Then gather up all the clothes that you've scattered around the house.
Then?
Then put them in a big suitcase.
Then?
Then run away from home. I'm just teasing you, Walter. There's only one way you can make your mother happy, and that's by turning over a new leaf.
Well, I'll try, Miss Brooks, but meanwhile, that's just supposing again. What kind of a present would you like if you were a mother?
Oh, I wouldn't care much about presents, Walter. I'd just be happy if I had all my beloved children around me.
Gee. Oh, of course, my mother only has this one beloved child. Me. But it is a lovely sentiment. However, I'd still like to figure out a little gift of some sort. Now, what would make a young mother like yourself happy?
A young father like Mr. Boynton. Well, which reminds me, Walter, it's time for me to get down to his laboratory and pick him up for lunch.
Oh, did he invite you for lunch today?
Of course he did. About 10 minutes from now.
Now tell me, Walter, were you able to find out what kind of a gift she'd like?
I couldn't find out a thing, Harriet.
But we've got to get her something. What's the good of naming Miss Brooks our mother away from mother if we can't surprise her with something she wants?
Gee, I'm sorry, Harriet, but all she'd say was that she'd be happy with all her beloved children around her. She was kidding, of course. I hope.
Kidding? She wasn't kidding. She meant us.
Oh.
Now, let's see. We'll organize a committee to pick out a gift and give it to Miss Brooks.
Great, Harriet. Then tonight will officially become Mother Away from Mother's Day night.
Well, now that we're finished with lunch, Miss Brooks, I've got a surprise for you.
Surprise? What is it, Mr. Boynton?
Guess.
You're picking up both checks.
No.
I'm picking up both checks.
No.
Then I give up.
Miss Brooks, I want you to meet my folks.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you've only known me for 5 years. This is so sudden.
I just found out they were coming to town myself. You see, they usually spend Mother's Day with my married brother, but Mom decided that this year it's my turn.
To do what? Oh, your turn to spend Mother's Day.
That's right. You'll love my mother, Miss Brooks. She used to be a school teacher, too, you know. As a matter of fact, she worked herself up until she was a principal.
You got to get pretty worked up to be a principal. Oh, I'm sure we'll get along splendidly.
And you'll be crazy about my dad. Oh, what a sense of humor he's got. He's the one who told me the joke about the quizmaster who called out, "I've got a lady, doctor," but before he could ask her any questions, she stuck a thermometer in his mouth and took his pulse. Isn't that his scream?
Your father sounds like more fun than a barrel of nothing. May I ask you a rather personal question about your folks?
Oh, certainly, Miss Brooks. What is it?
How long did they go around together before they were married?
9 years.
I see. Folks believed in long engagements in those days, I guess.
Oh, they weren't engaged until 6 weeks before the wedding.
6 weeks?
Mm-hmm. Once Dad makes up his mind about something, he's greased lightning.
He could have used a little greasing the first 8 years. I'll certainly be looking forward to seeing them, Mr. Boynton. When are they arriving in town?
Oh, this afternoon, Miss Brooks. I'll have to check them into a hotel for the weekend. I've just got a small bachelor apartment.
Yes, I know. You've told me about it. Maybe your folks would like to drop over to my place tonight. I'm sure my landlady, Mrs. Davis, wouldn't mind my dusting the living room a little.
Oh, that's just fine with me, Miss Brooks. That'll give my folks a chance to rest up from their trip and have some dinner before they meet the girl about whom they've heard so much.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you mean you actually wrote to your folks about me?
And how, Miss Brooks? I've written them many times about how gay and youthful and exuberant you are.
I am? You have?
Darn right. I remember in one of my most recent letters to them, I said you were more like a pupil than a teacher. In fact, I think that was a letter in which I described you as a great, big, overgrown kid.
Maybe I better take something.
You should have seen the answer I got from Dad. He said, whatever you do, son, don't rob the cradle.
Well, leave it to Dad.
Oh, he was jesting. Of course, he loves youngsters.
Mr. Boynton, you've given me an idea.
Well, what kind of an idea, Miss Brooks?
If your father turns me down when I ask him for your hand, maybe he'll adopt me. Well, I hurried home right after school and put Mr. Conklin's gift to his wife on my dresser. Then I started to make myself and the house as presentable as possible before Mr. Boynton's parents came over that evening. First of all, I shampooed my hair and set it in pin curls. Then I put on an old, oversized house dress, which I'd borrowed from Mrs. Davis. This intriguing combination achieved the happy effect of making me look like a pat rat drowning in a Quonset hut. Then I went into the living room to get things in order. When I got there, Mrs. Davis had just finished vacuuming.
Oh, Connie, will you pull the plug out for me? My back's been bothering me lately.
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Davis. There. Hey, this vacuum cleaner's pretty old, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. But it's held up remarkably well. I bought it in 1932.
1932?
Yes. This Hoover came in when the other one went out.
Well, just so the place looks nice and neat for tonight. You know, I've never met Mr. Boynton's parents before.
I know you haven't, Connie. And first impressions are so important.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I sent our sofa and all the chairs out to be recovered.
What?
Every chair in the house is at the upholsterer's, Connie. But don't worry. Stretch Snodgrass took them down for me, and he promised to bring them back by 6 o'clock.
Stretch Snodgrass? Look, Mrs. Davis, Stretch may be a fine athlete, but when it comes to mentality, he's strictly a third strike. Why, he's liable to forget where he took the chairs.
Oh, I don't think so, Connie. You know how absent-minded I am, and even I couldn't forget the name of this upholsterer.
Why not?
Because he has a very odd name.
What is it?
What is what?
The name.
Whose name?
The upholsterer.
Upholsterer?
Yes. Look, Mrs. Davis, the sofa and all our chairs are being recovered today.
Well, they can certainly use it. Where did you send them, Connie?
Fellow with a very odd name. I never can remember it.
I'm sure it'll come back to you later. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get out in back and look for our cat.
Minerva? Is she missing again?
Mm-hmm. She had a date this morning.
A date?
Yes, I heard her making it last night. But she should be back by now. She knows how I worry about her. Well, you let me know if she comes in the front way, Connie, and I'll take a look back here.
All right, Mrs. Davis. That's funny. Minerva never bothered to ring before.
How do you do, my dear?
How do you do?
I'm Philip's mother.
Philip?
Yes, Philip Boynton. I'm Mrs. Boynton.
But that's impossible. You won't be here till tonight. Oh, well, come in, Mrs. Boynton.
You don't have to tell me who you are, my dear. Philip has written so much about you.
He has?
Yes, he says Miss Brooks wouldn't know what to do without you, Mrs. Davis.
Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis?
Yes, Connie.
That's Mrs. Davis, Mrs. Boynton. I'm Miss Brooks, such as I am. We've got company, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, she came in the front way, did she?
Yeah, she's right here in the living room.
Well, you tell her she's a wicked cat and put her under the piano.
Yes, Mrs. Davis. You're a wicked cat and get under the... Oh, no. Oh, you'll have to forgive me, Mrs. Boynton. I didn't expect you until after dinner.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right, Miss Brooks. As a matter of fact, I owe you an apology for not recognizing you. But it was rather dim in here.
Not dim enough. But where's Mr. Boynton? Or should I say, where are Mr. Boynton? Or Mrs. Boynton?
Well, they had a little trouble parking the car, and I wanted to meet you myself first anyway. Philip's written so much about you. You must see an awful lot of each other.
Well, we do teach at the same school. I understand you were a teacher at one time, Mrs. Boynton.
Yes, indeed, for many years.
Oh, it's remarkable. You still look so well fed. Youthful.
May we come in?
Oh, it's the boys. Hello, Philip, my dear.
Hello, Mom. Well, I see you two have met.
Yes, indeed. We're old friends by now.
Well, here she is, Dad.
It slipped me 5, my dear.
5 what? Oh, fingers. How do you do, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I do pretty well for an old codger.
Old codger?
It caught you that time, didn't I?
I told you, what a sense of humor.
He's hot stuff, all right.
Phil's written us all about you, my dear. I hear you're just like a mother to Miss Brooks, Mrs. Davis.
This house dress has got to go.
This isn't Mrs. Davis, Harvey.
It isn't?
Oh, of course not, Dad. This is Miss Brooks.
Oh.
Why are we all standing out here in the hall?
Yes, let's all go in and stand in the living room. Follow me, please. Well, here we are. Now then, Mrs. Boynton, if you'll just come over to this lamp, that's a very comfortable place to stand. Mr. Boynton, you stand over there by the piano.
I don't understand, Miss Brooks. Where are all the chairs?
They're out being recovered. I didn't expect you for hours yet, Mr. Boynton. This is a terrible thing to do to anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks, but it couldn't be helped. You see, there was a convention in town, and I couldn't get the folks' accommodations anywhere. You know how big my room is, and, well, I wondered if you and Mrs. Davis could put the folks up for the weekend.
Why, Philip, I'm surprised at you. You know better than to whisper in front of others.
No, I'm sorry, Mother. I was just explaining our predicament to Miss Brooks. She was saying how delighted she'd be to have you stay for a couple of days.
Well, now, that's what I call whopping hospitality.
It's a whopper, all right.
I wish you'd give me a hand with the garbage, Connie. I just can't... Oh, I beg your pardon.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Boynton, and this, contrary to popular opinion, is Mrs. Davis.
How do you do?
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Good afternoon, Mrs. D. Nice little place you've got here.
I just invited the folks to spend the weekend with us, Mrs. Davis. If you don't mind my doubling up with you, I figured they could have my room.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Oh, dear, the upholsterer. You folks must be tired after your trip. Why don't you go to bed?
Bed? It's only 4:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, Mrs. Davis was only kidding, Mrs. Boynton. She's got quite a sense of humor, too.
Just remember one thing, Mrs. Davis. You can't kid a kidder, kiddo.
Doesn't he get off some cracks, Mrs. Davis?
Yes, he's a Jim dandy. Now, if you folks will just follow me, I'll show you to your room. Or rather, Miss Brooks's room.
Well, I could do with a bit of freshening up at that.
Oh, nonsense, Mother. You're as fresh as the day I got you. Now, cut it out, Dad.
Yes, cut it out, Dad.
Oh, what Please, Harvey, stop. I don't know where he gets some of his ideas. He's terribly original, don't you think, Miss Brooks?
Oh, a second Oscar Hammerstein, Mrs. Boynton. Or to put it another way, the corn is as high as the elephant's eye.
Well, Miss Brooks certainly has a comfortable room, Harvey.
Yes, indeed. That shower and a little catnap's just what the doctor ordered.
Tell me, Harvey, what do you think of Miss Brooks?
Well, it's hard to tell in that outfit she had on, but once she combs her hair and climbs out of that gunny sack, I'll bet she's a looker.
Yes, but what is she looking for?
Oh, now, Mother, you think that every girl who meets him immediately sets her cap for Philip. Hey, what's this package on the dresser here? It says, for Mother. Must be for you.
Oh, wasn't that thoughtful of Miss Brooks? She got a Mother's Day gift for me when she heard I was coming. I'm going to open it right now.
Oh, but Mother's Day isn't until Sunday.
Well, you know I'd never have the patience to wait. Let's see. Why, what's this? A black sheer negligee.
Well, happy Mother's Day.
Well, it's hardly for me.
Hey, look, this card fell out when you opened the package. It says, for baby from her goodie.
Well, So it belongs to Miss Brooks. Father, you don't think that Philip...
Ooh, certainly not. He wouldn't have nerve enough to ask for that in the store.
Well, I'm going to find out just where this came from. Oh, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mrs. Boynton?
Would you come here a moment, please?
Certainly, Mrs. Boynton. What can I do for you?
Well, I opened the package by mistake and found this inside of it.
A black sheer negligee.
There was a card with it that said, "For baby from Goody."
Goody? Oh, that must be short for Osgood. Why, of course, that was Mr. Conklin's gift.
Mr. Conklin, the principal of Madison High?
Yes, isn't he a devil? He asked me to keep it for him so his wife wouldn't discover it before Mother's Day.
Oh, it's for his wife.
Oh, yes, who did you think it was for? Don't answer that. I can tell from the position of your eyebrows.
My eyebrows?
Yes, Mrs. Boynton. You'd better drop them a notch. You're pushing back your hairnet.
Well, it certainly was nice of you to invite us all to dinner, Mrs. Davis.
Yes, indeed. It's delicious, too.
Thank you, both of you. But Miss Brooks is the one who deserves the credit. She prepared it all.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Davis. You opened every bit as much as I did.
Beef stew, isn't it?
There's beef represented in it, yes.
Eat it slowly, Philip.
Yes, Mother.
They say your stomach has no teeth, but maybe it's just as well. If it got too hungry, it could chew off your suspender button.
He always gets me when I've got a mouthful.
Now, Philip, he's such a baby.
Yes. He's nothing but a great, big, overgrown kid.
Now, that's funny. That's the same phrase that Philip used in describing you in one of his letters.
Well, she is, Mother. You ought to see her around the school. Why, the students just treat her like one of themselves.
Oh, yes, indeed. We kids have some great old times together.
Oh, I'm glad. I like Philip to have lots of useful friends. The younger, the better.
Well, they don't come much younger or better than Miss Brooks, Mother.
Well, thank you, Mr. Boynton.
Call me Philip tonight.
I'll answer you, Connie. Excuse me, folks.
I wonder who that could be.
Well, come in, Jim. Hi, Mrs. Davis. We're a committee.
Who is it, Mrs. Davis?
Walter and Harry and Connie. I've been them in. Oh, we didn't mean to disturb you, Miss Brooks.
Oh, that's all right, Walter. I was just telling the folks how informal we are at Madison. Mr. and Mrs. Boynton, may I present Walter Denton and Harriet Conklin?
How are you? And now, Miss Brooks, we would like to present something to you that expresses the devotion and reverence felt toward you by the entire student body.
What is it, Walter?
It's a shawl. A shawl and a handsome pair of knitting needles to go with the rocking chair to which you're so attached.
Rocking chair, but...
Oh, I'm not finished, Mrs. Boynton. Miss Brooks, you have been chosen our mother away from mother.
Oh, no.
I'll go to the piano, Walter, and you sing the song we've written.
Okay, Harriet. Wait till you hear this, folks.
Go off that, Walter.
The B stands for the book she helps us study. The R is for she's righteous, also pure. The O is for the fact that she's our buddy. The second O is likewise, I am sure. The K is for okay. She rates a bow. The S is for her sadly wrinkled brow. She's motherly, just like Elsie the cow. Miss Brooks, we love you dearly.
Miss Brooks, that's me. I'll always be Miss Brooks.
Our Miss Brooks.
Well, several days later, Friday night came to an end. As I escorted Mr. Boynton to the front door, he was in a strangely mellow mood.
Do you know, Miss Brooks, I'm a man of many dreams, but more often than not, I find I'm shooting too high.
Shooting too high, Mr. Boynton?
Well, yes, in trying to find the right girl, for instance. It seems that subconsciously I'm always looking for a girl who's just like my mother. Attractive, yet sweet and unselfish.
Well, don't give up the search, Mr. Boynton. Someday you're liable to find such a girl right under your nose. And I think that's a very nice location.
What I mean is, when you gave up your room for Mother, I suddenly realized that you're not only attractive, but also sweet and unselfish. So, Miss Brooks, instead of just shaking hands like we usually do...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
I'd like to say goodnight to you the way I do to my mother. With a kiss.
A kiss, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, on the forehead.
There you go, shooting too high again.
Next week, tuning to another Hour Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty host, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Frank Nelson, and Myra Marsh.
Clean your teeth and help.
Procter & Gamble brings you the Red Skelton Show, starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing stars, the Four Knights, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Yes, it's the Red Skelton Show, brought to you by Tide, Procter & Gamble's amazing new discovery for your whole family wash.
Tide's in. Out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
And now from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Much and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Rod?
I'm fine, Red, but I'm surprised to see you this week.
Why?
Well, last week you mispronounced one of our sponsors' names. You said Procter & Gambler. You know, it's Procter & Gamble.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. Anytime two guys sponsor me, brother, one of them's got to be a gambler.
Well, Red, I see where you're making another motion picture. What studio this time?
Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
MGM?
Yep.
Well, that's where you made your last picture.
Well, don't be so surprised.
Well, what are they trying to prove out there?
What do you mean? Read what's here, will you? Enough trouble into this. What do you mean? My pictures pack theaters when they play there.
Yeah, my uncle's got a theater up in Utah, and he says when your pictures play there, he gets the ropes out.
Yeah, you say to hang himself, I'll punch you in your big fat nose. If you ever want to see one of my pictures, there's one showing on Main Street now in a big black wagon. The guy walks up and says, hey, would you like to see a Skelton picture? Psst, come here, I'll show you. No kidding, nice talk about doing business. My last picture was so far in the red they had to hire an Indian as a bookkeeper.
Well, they must like you at Metro.
Oh, yeah, I got Leo the Lion eating right out of my hand. That's why one arm's shorter than the other.
Is your new picture another mystery picture?
Well, I never made a mystery picture in my life. They just turn out that way. Hey, my next picture, I ride a horse.
Well, don't you know how to sit a horse?
Huh? Do I know how to sit a horse?
That's what it says here.
Yeah. Do they hatch ponies? Hey, put on in there. You know how to sit on the horse. Say that.
Do you know how to sit on a horse?
Yeah, I can sit on him, but staying there is what throws me.
Oh,
the frost is on the pumpkin and the corn is in the script.
Well, you know, if you can't ride, isn't Eddie Bazell, the director, concerned about you breaking your neck?
Yeah, every time I fall off the horse and get up, he says, oh, well, maybe next time.
Does the picture have a good story?
Who knows? My cat buried the script 3 times.
Come on now. Stop kidding. It's got to be... Betty Garrett, your leading lady, and Esther Williams and Keenan Wynn, and my favorite, Ricardo Montalban, is in it, too, huh?
Montalban is your favorite?
Yes.
What's he got that I haven't got?
The courage to look in the mirror.
You proud of that, ain't you?
I'm kidding. Truthfully, you're handsome on the screen.
Really?
I mean it.
Oh, I have so much more than Lassie, but why should I dog it?
Tide's in, dirt out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
Yes, and that's not all. No soap. What's more, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, amazing as it sounds, it's the truth. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. Yes, Procter & Gamble's Tide gives you a cleaner wash right down the line. From your Sunday best linens to your everyday overalls and work shirts. You see, Tide not only leaves your clothes free from dirt, it removes dingy soap film, too. Yet with all this amazing cleaning power, Tide is safe, truly safe for all your washable colors. What's more, Tide brightens, yes, actually brightens prints and pastels, all your soap-dull colors. And in hardest water, Tide gets sheets, towels, and curtains dazzling white. Whiter than any other washing product known. Tide keeps them white, too. Week after week, never turns them yellow. Now, all this may sound hard to believe, but every word is true. No soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program for a Spot announcement.
Roof, roof.
Thank you very much, Spot. And now here are the 4 nights to sing A Little Bird Told Me.
A little bird told me that you love me, and I believe that you do. This little bird also told me I was falling, just falling for no one but you. There's no use denying, he might as well confess. Of all those chicks we know, dear, I'm sure she loves you best. A little bird told us we'd be happy, and I believe that is true. A little bird told us we'll be married, hallelujah, and I believe that is true. This little bird also said we'll have a family. We'll tell you what we're gonna do. We'll have a little cottage not too far, all fenced in like a movie star. A great Dane pup, we'll call him Ace, lying there by the fireplace. A goldfish pond and a wishing well. Everything's gonna turn out swell. This little bird said that you love me, and I know that is true. Oh yes, this bond will come true. In June, it's bound to come true.
Procter & Gamble presents the Skelton Television Theater Players.
Have you ever noticed how lazy people use more vitality to get out of work than they would use if they did their job? Well, if you ever meet such a person, just tell him about Clem Cadiddlehopper, public example number 1.
Clem, son, it's time to get up. Oh, well, I guess I'll have to use extreme measures. Now, let's see. Alarm clock, pail of water, broom, firecracker. Yep, guess I got everything. Nothing helps. Clem, wake up.
Well, here I am. Good morning to you, good morning to you. Do-do-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Why, it's dark this morning, ain't it?
Well, it won't be when you open your eyes, son.
What do you want, Ma?
Oh, I want you to get up.
Oh.
Come on now, son. Open those baby pink eyes.
My eyes are open. I just got long lids is all. Oh, I ain't going to eat any more of your chili before going to bed. My stomach growled the Mexican hat dance all night.
Now, don't pretend you didn't sleep 'cause you did.
No, I didn't.
And if you snore tonight the way you did last night, I'm going to make you sleep in the barn.
Not me. The last time I slept in the barn, Paul came in, threw a harness over me, and before I was wide awake, I plowed 14 acres. I have to get up anyhow.
Because you won't find work laying in bed, and today you're going to go out and try and find a job.
Well, you don't have to say it in such a belittling way. You make it sound like I was lazy. You know, some people are just misfits, you know.
What do you mean?
Well, like last week, I almost got a job down the paper mill, but the job required using your head. Mold paper cups is what it was for. Of course, I didn't get the job. My head was too pointed.
Your head don't come to no point.
Oh, it don't, huh? Then why was it I had a pencil box for a crib?
Slim, it's all right to be stupid, but you don't have to be the large economy side. I don't believe you got an ounce of intelligence left in you.
Well, there must be, 'cause none's ever come out.
That I believe. Now, for example, the big ruckus you raised down at the voting poll last election day, when you was going to have all the voters put in jail.
Well, I had a right to. All them folks marking ballots with X's, and I don't like people going around forging my signature. Who could that be so early in the morning?
Well, I'll see. Now, get out of bed and put your clothes on. Maybe it's Sarah Doon.
No, I don't think she'd be coming around here.
Why? Don't you like her no more?
Nope. She ain't my type. She breathes a lot.
Well, then, it must be Daisy June. Do you think you'll marry her, son?
No, I don't think so. She's too short. She only comes up to my chin.
Well, that's 'cause she ain't got the courage to come up to your face.
I'll see who it is.
Howdy, Clem.
Well, Dee,
Clem, I'm surprised to see you up.
Why?
Rumors have it that you're the only Goldberg civilian in the world.
Oh, is that so? Well, I don't idle my time away as much as you think. Look, I've been busy knitting.
Well, what is it?
Oh, it's a secret.
Well, you can tell me.
Oh, no, I can't. It's a secret.
But I won't tell anybody.
Oh, you just say that, but then I'll tell you, and you'll tell somebody else. He'll tell somebody else. Time it gets back to me, it won't be what I'm knitting. Oh, you understand, don't you?
Oh, tell me what you're a-knitting.
A glove.
Why don't you knit two?
Only need one.
It's awful big, and it only has 4 fingers. Who's it for?
Macau. What are you doing over here so early?
Well, Clem, I won't lie to you. Your mother asked me to come over early. She thought that my being around might shame me into being a little more ambitious.
Oh, well, nobody's going to shame me. Why do people have to be so ambitious so early in the morning, anyhow?
Slim, remember what Ben Franklin said?
What?
The early bird gets the worm.
Yeah, that's probably why he discovered electricity, so them worm lovers could find them in the dark.
It ain't that early now.
It ain't, how. You just come and go with me. I'll show you that the whole farm is still asleep. Come on, I'll show you, everybody. Everybody up! I don't sleep, nobody else does. Let's go into this chicken coop. I ain't heard that rooster crow yet this morning.
Slim, why are you knocking on the chicken coop door?
Some of them chickens might not be dressed yet.
Oh, let's go on into the hen house.
Well, now, come here, Ma. Come here, Daisy June. Take a look. That old rooster's still asleep. He's even got his comb up in curlers. I'll bet he's been up all night listening to the radio.
Why's he got a radio in the chicken coop?
Well, it's a new scientific experiment. At night... Oh, no. No. I asked Edna to change this. Prepare yourself, folks. Here it comes. Reason I got a radio in there, in case the chickens get cold at night, they've always got a Gabriel heater. I wanted her put in there. I said, chickens, they hear music and they lay more eggs. But one old hen said to me, put on some symphonic stuff. That jive takes too much out of me.
Well, if that rooster don't crow, them hens won't lay any eggs at all.
Well, I'll fix that lazy old bird. Hand me that broom.
Now,
there.
Slim, don't you hurt that old rooster.
All I'm going to do is scare him. Now, you girls wait outside. All right, now wait up there. What's with you anyhow?
Slim, take it easy. A disturbed rooster can be pretty mean.
Yeah, but remember the words of Freeman and Murray. Only the lazy are weak. Come on, up there. Up.
Slim, look what you've done. You threw him out of the hen house. He's half dead and all his feathers are gone.
Take another look. It's me. Now David Rose and his Procter & Gamble Orchestra will play Song of the Vagabonds.
You know, you can't tell a washing product by its package. It's performance that counts. And Tide's performance, well, it just can't be topped. Because Procter & Gamble's amazing Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. You see, Tide not only leaves clothes free from dirt, it removes dingy soap film, too. Yet with all this remarkable cleaning power, Tide is safe. Yes, truly safe for all your washable colors. Besides that, Tide actually brightens soap-dull colors. And there's good news for white things, too. In hardest water, Tide gets shirts, pillowcases, and sheets whiter than any other washing product known. Yes, I said in hardest water. No matter how hard that water may be, Tide gives oceans of miracle suds. Suds that look and feel different as Tide itself. Remember, no soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide.
A page from our mean little kid's diary.
They say if you embarrass a person, you can expect to be insulted. So if you insult a little boy by taking him with you to a beauty parlor and he embarrasses you, well, don't call him Junior, the mean little kid.
Lorene, we'd better get a move on us or we will miss our appointment. And you know how crowded Dorothy LaPlay's beauty shop is.
Well, I'm walking as fast as I can. Junior keeps lagging behind, daydreaming.
Well, rattle his chain and wake him up.
Junior, we're in a hurry.
Well, don't rush me along. I want to watch this California sunshine go down the drain here. Where are we going, anyhow?
To the beauty shop.
I don't want to go. Why, if the kids on the block found out about that, I'd be the laughing stock of the vacant lot set. Besides, it's a waste of money you go to a beauty shop.
Why, Junior, you act as though you thought we were a couple of old monsters.
Well, all I know is that you took me fishing last summer, and Namaw saw her reflections in the water, and she set bear traps all over the camp.
You've got to stop belittling your grandmother.
Now, don't lose your temper, Lorene. There's something wrong. Now, Junior, tell Mama what's troubling you.
Well, I don't want to go to the beauty shop. That's not a place to take a with your boy.
Oh, I understand.
No, you don't either. Me whole reputation is at stake. Why, if the kids found out about this, they might cancel me membership in the skunk patrol. I might even lose me stripe.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Now, don't cry. You come along to the beauty parlor, and if any of the boys call you sissy, you just put on the gloves with them and show them what you're made of.
Well, they already know what I've made out of. They knock it out of me every time we fight.
Well, here's the beauty shop. Go on in, Junior.
Okay.
Well, wait till I open the door. Plate glass.
Oh, I thought we ran into some hard air or something.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon. We have an appointment.
Yeah, too bad they don't have a face, ain't it?
Haven't you ladies been in our salon before?
Oh, no, we've never been to this salon.
No, they usually go to saloons.
I'm sure I've seen you ladies before, but where?
Well, you ever watch wrestling on television?
What was this appointment for? Hairstyling, exercise, steam, leg wax, or hidden ring?
They just want their bowels ground, I think.
Oh, please excuse him. You see, he's embarrassed about coming into the beauty parlor, so he's just acting this way to get even.
And I might get even worse.
Well, make yourselves at home, and I'll be with you in just a second.
Hey, Nemo, what does a widow gentleman do when he comes to a place like this?
Oh, he reads a magazine.
Oh, well, I'll look at the magazine. Got an Esquire around here anywhere?
Esquire? Junior, I don't think you should look at that.
Let's face facts, kiddo. Sooner or later, I'm going to outgrow that comic book. You know that. Now, let me go get your book.
We are ready. Would you ladies mind stepping into the dressing room? You'll find smocks to put on. It'll save your dresses.
Well, here I is, all by myself again. I wonder how long I'm going to sit here and behave myself. Longer than I thought. I think I'll explore this one. I wonder what's in here. Look at that fat girl wrapped in a sheet on the table there, and another woman spanking her. So this is where the bad grown-ups get their whippings, huh? I'm glad you got... Here's another room. I'm going to look in here. Oh, good heavens! Mummy, Nemo! Mummy, Nemo!
What's the matter, little boy?
What's happened?
Let's get out of here. There's been a murder. They've chopped a woman's head off and they got it cooking on the stove. And... No.
Oh, Junior. That's the lady in the steam cabinet.
Oh. Give me a fork. I'll see if she's done.
You know, I'd like to lose a few pounds.
Really?
Oh, not that I'm really overweight.
No, Jessie, she's a big fat slob.
Junior! Warning you.
Here now. Don't let him put you in that thing there, more. You don't want to go in that pressure cooker, does you?
Junior, don't you want me to look like I just stepped out of a bandbox?
Well, you already look like you stepped out of a bandbox. You look just like the bass fiddle.
I heard you talking. Now, Junior, you're going back to the reception room and behave.
Shall we return to our booth, madame? Now, madame, you were saying that you were thinking of getting a short haircut. Eh?
Lorene, shall we get a new short haircut?
Well, it is the vogue.
It would be easier to take care of. I curl it, but 5 minutes later it's as straight as a stick.
Yeah, but that's because Grandpa comes in and breathes your way. That's why.
Now, Junior, you come with me. I'll take you back to the reception room.
Hey, Mummy, what's he doing to that woman over there?
She's having her face lifted.
Who'd want it? Hey, let me out of here. This place is too spooky. What's them things sitting in the chairs there? Look, they look like a combat troop from Mars. Look at them helmets they wearing.
Not so loud.
Well, what they is?
Junior, they're women getting their hair dried. Those are hair dryers.
Oh?
They blow your hair dry.
Well, they must have blown too hard because somebody's hair is on the floor there.
That's a Pekingese dog.
That's a dog? Goodness, I never seen one like that before.
That's because they're very rare and very expensive. Some Peaks are worth $200 or $300.
No. I wouldn't pay that much for a blueprint. Boy, I gotta ask Jack Berry and juvenile jury kids about this pooch, boy.
Now, come on, Junior, come on. Stop making faces at those women under the dryers.
Yeah, they're making...
Now, please, dear, go to the reception room.
Let go of me here.
And please be good.
Pardon me, but the lady in booth 5 tells me that you want a new short haircut, too.
Well, yes, I do.
You take a share in one, yeah.
Well, I can take you now, madam.
Where?
Oh, this is my son, Junior.
Well, I can tell at a glance he's your son.
Yeah, her fingerprints are all over me.
Little man, what are you going to be when you grow up?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
Junior, go sit down.
Okay. Sit down. Oh, look at those heads with wigs on them. I think I'll try one of them wigs on. Now, there's one there. Oh, goodness, I went to the mirror. I'm dying to see how I look. I'm going to look in the mirror. Oh, my goodness, here comes the widow girl. They're such a nuisance. They always show up at the wrong time. Pardon me, widow girl. Could you tell me where I could find a mirror? What's the matter, widow girl? You bashful? You're the stupidest-looking kid I ever seen. I know. What's the matter? Can't you talk? I'll stick my tongue out at her. If she sticks her tongue out at me, it'll give me a reason for slapping her. Now that does it, you widow copycat. Just for that, I'm going to slap you. The kid's got a glass jaw. No, that was me looking in the mirror. Oh, boy. Oh, I'm good glad I wasn't a widow girl. Oh, double ugly, that's me. I better get out here before they find that broken glass. I'm going to go up there and sit down.
Oh, ladies, you look so charming.
You know, Lorene, I feel so much younger with my hair cut short.
I think they did a lovely job on your hair, Mother. Does my short hair really look all right?
Marvelous, dear. When your husband comes home and sees you, he'll never want to leave the house again.
Oh, I wish I could believe that. But then he'll see Junior and sign up for another hitch in the Saudi Arabia Oil Company.
This short hair is such a radical change for me. I suppose the next thing I'll do is give up my button shoes.
I wonder what's keeping me, Mummy, and Namo. Look at those two people standing over there smiling at me. I know them from somewhere. I just wave at them. Oh, they're waving back. Hello. I know them from somewhere. Especially that fat one. I wonder if it could be... No, it couldn't be. Gorgeous George has silver blonde. I'll just walk over. Pardon me, haven't we met before?
Junior, don't you recognize us?
Mummy, Nemo, what has happened?
Don't we look nice?
Look, if you want to hit me, go ahead and hit me. Don't trick me into it, though. Boy, if looks could kill you, you'd be a couple of mass slayers right now.
Here's your bills, ladies. It's only $20.
$20 for a haircut? Why, for the same kind of haircut, Grandma got one like that at the state penitentiary for nothing.
Why do you say such things? Why, I've never even seen as much as the inside of a jail.
Oh, no?
No.
Hey, Verna, we're making a break tonight. You with us?
Sorry, mate, I'm up for parole.
Truthfully, it would be difficult to convince anyone that you were mother and daughter.
You right there, buddy. You right there.
Ah! Isn't he a sweet boy to admit it?
That's true, though. You don't look like mother and daughter now. You look like father and son.
Oh!
Thanks for being with us tonight. We hope you liked our program well enough to be with us next week. So until next Friday.
Tide's in. Dirt out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E. Tide.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Abbott Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camel stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guest, Mr. Alan Ladd, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Why am I rich? I'm rich.
What do you mean?
Ooh, I'm a millionaire.
Calm down, Costello. What's this yelling all about? What do you mean you're a millionaire?
Well, it's true, Abbott. My Uncle Oscar just died and left me all his money in his will.
You mean you're his beneficiary?
Yeah, because... Who's what?
Beneficiary. Beneficiary is the man who gets the money.
Benny Fisher ain't gonna get none of this money. My uncle left the dough to me, Abbott. How did Benny Fisher get into this deal? I'll take him to court. I'll sue him.
Costello, will you be quiet? Beneficiary means that you are your uncle's heir.
My uncle's what?
Your uncle's heir. Heir. H-E-I-R.
My uncle didn't have any H-E-I-R. He was bald-headed.
All right.
All he had was a mustache.
So what?
Well, my uncle was very proud of that mustache. Every morning he used to cover it with toothpaste.
So why did he cover his mustache with toothpaste?
Well, so he could kiss his wife.
Toothpaste. I mean toothpaste. Why did he do that?
You have your S teeth in, haven't you?
Yes. I brought him along with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start back again.
Why did he cover his mustache?
With toothpaste.
Toothpaste.
Now, let's have it.
Go ahead.
Why did he cover his mustache with toothpaste?
Yes.
So he could kiss his wife goodbye and brush her teeth at the same time.
Come on. Now, this whole thing is ridiculous. For one thing, how do you know your uncle left this money?
Oh, I just got this telegram from my uncle's lawyer. I'm going to read it.
Go ahead, read
Dear
it.
Lou Costello, your Uncle Oscar has just died and left you $1 million. Thanks for your past favors. How do you like that, Abbott? I'm rich. I'm going to take everybody out and buy them a multi-milk.
A multi-milk?
Yeah, because I'm a multi-millionaire.
Oh, don't be crazy. By the way, Costello, you never told me about your Uncle Oscar. Where did your uncle live, Costello?
Oh, he lived in England. Everybody knew my Uncle Oscar in England. He used to walk around with a pocket full of shillings.
Shillings? No pence?
Sure he had pence. What do you think? He can walk around in his underwear?
Oh, never mind. Forget your uncle's underwear, please.
Oh, well, don't you think it'd be a little drafty?
Now, look, Costello. Now that you've inherited $1 million, what are you going to do with all that money?
Well, I'm going to use half of the money to buy bonds.
Swell.
That's what everybody should do.
That's swell.
And then with the other half, I'm going to buy a radio station.
You're going to buy a radio station?
Yeah.
You don't know anything about radio. Why, you don't even know who discovered electricity.
I do, too. Mrs. Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity.
Mrs. Benjamin Franklin? You mean Benjamin Franklin?
No, Mrs. Benjamin Franklin. One day, she and her husband had an argument, and she said, Benjamin,
Go fly a kite.
Oh. All right, that's enough, Costello. This whole thing is ridiculous.
Well, hello, fellas.
Oh, it's Ken Niles.
Say, Bud, what's that fat boy looking so happy about? He looks like the cat that just swallowed a mouse.
If I was a cat, you're one rat that wouldn't be. Running around loose.
All right. Costello just got some good news, Ken. His uncle left him $1 million, and he is going to buy a radio station.
And what's more, Niles, I'm going to be the head announcer on my program.
You're going to be the head announcer? Costello, you can't become a head announcer overnight. Well, I've been hammering away for years to be a head announcer.
You look like a hammerhead.
Now, quiet, Costello. Niles is right. An announcer must have an education. You can't even read or write.
Well, maybe not, but I spell.
You certainly do.
I said spell. Everybody's reading wrong. Now, go ahead. You give me any word at all, and I'll spell it.
Okay. Spell Mississippi.
State or river?
River.
Huh?
River.
River?
Yeah.
R-I-V-E-R. River.
Come on, Costello. Don't try to crawl out of it. Spell Mississippi.
Okay. Mississippi.
Yes.
M-I-Ping, S-S-I, Ping, S-S-I, Ping, P-P-I-P.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's the ping for?
I was dotting the I's.
This is the silliest thing I ever heard of. Why, Costello, my lovely wife would make a better announcer than you would.
Your lovely wife? That old umbrella had her face lifted so many times she's too tall for the microphone.
Oh, I heard that remark, Costello, and I want you to know that I have never had my face lifted.
They started to lift it, but when they saw what was underneath, they dropped it again.
You must excuse Costello today, Mrs. Niles. He's all excited. He just inherited $1 million, and he's buying himself a radio station.
Oh, that sounds just like him, the stingy, fat plutocrat. He wouldn't think of buying anything for his friends.
I wouldn't say that, Mrs. Niles. I'm going to buy you a lovely present. A nice red fire extinguisher that will last you 100 years.
Oh, I don't expect to be here for 100 years.
That's all right. Where you're going, you can take it with you.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. The nicest present you could give Mrs. Niles is a chance to try out for that announcing job on your new station. Now, why not have a little contest to see who is the fastest reader?
That's right, Costello. After all, it's speed that counts in announcing. And my lovely wife and I challenge you to a contest.
Now, that's fair enough. All right. Mrs. Niles, you will be number one.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Abbott, and I shall certainly do my best to win this contest fairly and conduct myself as a lady.
Splendid, Mrs. Niles. Now, Ken, you're number two.
Thank you very much, Bud. I certainly can do my best to win this contest fairly and conduct myself as a gentleman.
Good. And now, Costello, you will be number three.
I thank you, Mr. Abbott, because I don't know how to get my program as my announcer, too.
Now. I didn't understand what you said, Costello.
Well, did you hear what the other said?
Yes. All right, now let's go. You will each recite Mary Had a Little Lamb. Now, when I call your name, you start. When you hear the bell, you stop. And don't forget to take a great, big, deep breath. All ready now?
Mary Had a Little Lamb.
No. Wait a minute. I'll call out the names. Not you. No, not you. All right. Mrs. Niles.
Mary had a little lamb, flew by stone. Everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. It followed her to school one day.
Ken Niles.
Mary had a little lamb, feast white as snow, and everywhere the Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. Followed her to school one day, which was
Luke Costello. Mrs. Niles.
I didn't have nothing to say yet.
Mrs. Niles.
Mary had a little lamb, flew by stone. Everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. It followed her to school one day.
Ken Niles.
Mary had a little lamb, feast white as snow, and everywhere the Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. Followed her to school one day.
Luke Costello. Mrs. Niles.
Mary had a little lamb, flew by stone. Everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
Ken Niles.
Mary had a little lamb, feast white as snow, and everywhere the Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
Luke Costello. The winner, Lou Costello.
Why, that's the most amazing thing I've ever heard.
Oh, it's astounding. Costello, how did you ever learn to talk that fast?
Oh, it's easy. I've got two tongues.
You've got two tongues.
Yeah, I got my own, and my father gave me his.
Oh, come on. Why would your father give you his tongue?
Because my mother never gave him a chance to use it.
Closest to our major bases to Japan is Dutch Harbor on Unalaska Island in the Aleutians. To Americans at Dutch Harbor, to United States bases and outposts throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes. By the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. And, of course, fresh Camels in the Aleutians mean fresh Camels for you, too. Yes, your Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Today, more people want Camels, both at home and overseas. More people want the fresh cigarette, the cigarette with more flavor. So remember, if your store is sold out, Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel's standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. Connie Haynes sings the California novelty tune, San Fernando Valley.
Oh, I'm packing my grip, and I'm leaving today, 'cause I'm taking a trip California way. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I'll forget my sins, I'll be making new friends, where the west begins and the sunset ends, 'cause I've decided where you truly should be, and it's the San Fernando Valley for me. I think that I'm safe and Satan, he will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise, he will make the two of us one. So I'm hitting the trail to the cow country, you can forward my mail, care of R.S.E. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that I'm safe and Satan, he will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And then old Reverend Thomas made us a promise, he will make the two of us one. I'm in the trail to the cow country, you can forward my mail, care of R.S.E. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my
Come in. Pardon me, is this the radio station?
Yeah, this is Station IOU, the voice of the creditors. I'm the owner and manager, Lou Costello, the great big fat radio maggot.
My name is Bentley P. Crinklemeyer of Crinklemeyer and Ingersoll.
Where's Ingersoll?
He's doing time. I'm thinking of buying a program on your station. I'm in the cracker business. Ha, ha, ha.
You look like the crummy type.
Ha, ha, ha.
Costello, take it easy. You need the business.
Yes, Mr. Costello. You see, I'm a very successful man. I manufacture Crinklemeyer's crispy, crunchy, crackly, crunkly, crinkly, cratchy, critchy, coochie. I make biscuits.
And you do it the hard way, too.
Quiet, Costello. What kind of a program did you wish to put on, Mr. Crinklemeyer?
I want a program that will sell Crinklemeyer's critchy, cratchy, crinkly, crackly, crookly, crackly, crickly, crackly, crookly, crackly.
You want to sell biscuits?
Young man, you took the words right out of my mouth.
You mean I took the biscuits right out of your pan?
That's it, young man. You make the cracks, and I'll make the crackers. Ha, ha, ha. And now I'd like to have you meet a young chap who's going to help put on my program. Meet my announcer, Oliver Storchy.
How do you do? Hello. This guy's a radio announcer?
Well, I suppose you like your own announcers, but I thought you might like to put one more on.
And he's the moron who can do it, too.
All right. Let the boy read something for us, Costello. Go ahead. Let him read something.
Oh, yeah, I'm marvelous. Wonderful. Simply marvelous. Now, get a load of this. Good evening, everybody. Hello. This is Oliver Storcheese bringing you the Crinklemeyer Cracker program from Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just been listening to a coast-to-coast hiccup.
Oh, so that's the way it is. Come, Oliver. We'll take our business elsewhere. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha.
All right. Costello, listen, that's no way to run a radio station. You're chasing all the customers away.
All right. Just a minute. I'll open the door.
Never mind, I'll walk through it. Costello! Look who it is, that famous killer, Alan Ladd. Hey, which one of you fellas is Costello?
It's, the little fat one. Me. I'm Costello.
Oh, you, huh? Listen, fatty, I understand you just inherited $1 million.
It's all right. You got me. Go ahead. Take my money. Pull out your gun. Go ahead. Shoot me full of holes. Go on. Make me look like Swiss cheese. Go ahead.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about? I don't even carry a gun.
Oh, gun is too noisy, huh? You got a knife. Mm-hmm. Got a knife, huh? Go ahead. Do something to me. Go on, stab me. Cut me to ribbons. I got on clean underwear. I'm ready to die.
Costello, Alan Ladd doesn't want to kill you.
If he does, I'll never talk to him again.
Oh, look, I don't want you to die. I hope you live to be 150 years old.
Oh, you want me to be an old man, 150 years old, with a beard? I'll trip over my beard, fall into the street, get run over by a truck, then you'll want to take me to a hospital.
No. He wants you to be healthy so you can go to work.
Oh, fine. I've never met the guy before. An old man, me, 150 years old, he wants me to go to work. What does he care?
Okay, don't go to work.
Oh, no, he won't let me work. Wants me to starve.
Now, look, wait a minute, please. No one wants you to starve to death. No, eat steaks, eat big, juicy steaks.
How do you like that? 150 years old, not a tooth in my head? He wants me to eat steak.
Listen, Costello, if it'll make you happy, I'll carry you around in my arms.
Now he's trying to make an invalid out.
Costello, quiet. Stop all this nonsense and arguing with Alan Ladd. Give the man a chance to talk, please. Yeah, that's right, Costello. I merely heard that you were starting a radio station, and I came over for a job.
You want a job in my station? Well, what would you do?
Well, I always wanted to be one of those fellows who steps up to the microphone and says, Men, a new shaving cream has hit the market. It is called Reverso. Reverso does away with shaving of any kind. It makes the whiskers grow inside your mouth. All you have to do is bite them off. Remember Reverso. Spelled backwards, it reads Azerva, which makes it harder to remember.
Say, Costello, this Alan Ladd is pretty good.
Yes, not bad for a lad. Hey, listen, but I think his voice is a little too loud. Try it a little farther away from the microphone, Alan.
Oh, you mean like this?
No, you're still too close. Step back a little farther.
Well, how's this, Costello?
No, step back just a little farther.
Oh, but I'm up against the wall now.
Oh, you are? Well, open up those French windows and step out on that balcony.
Okay.
You know something, Abbott?
What?
We have no balcony.
Now the flying trapeze broke and left the daring young man as flat as a pressed pleat. That's flat. And it can be worse in your cigarette. If wartime flatness is spoiling your smoking, get Camels for more flavor. Yes, if you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. Expert blending of costlier tobaccos gives Camel cigarettes that extra flavor. It helps them to hold up, keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke. Double-check that for yourself in your taste and throat. Your T-Zone proving ground for Camel's rich extra flavor and smooth extra mildness. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Come in. Well, hello, boys. How's the radio business?
Hey, Abbott, it's Alan Ladd. What are you doing back here, Alan? I thought I got rid of you when you fell off the balcony. Didn't you get hurt?
No. Fortunately, I was wearing my light fall suit. Ha, ha, ha. You need me around here, Costello. Your audience is crying for new blood.
And in a minute, they're going to get it. Your blood.
All right, Costello. Why don't you listen to Alan? He may have some good program ideas to improve your station.
Well, certainly, Costello. I've written lots of dandy programs. Why don't we try out a few of them? For example, those all-night record shows are very popular. You fellas help me out and we'll try one right now, huh?
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's listen to the music.
Good evening, record fans everywhere. This is Happy Alan Ladd bringing you the oldest all-night record program on the air, broadcasting since 1896, 24 years before radio. Now, that's enough talk. We start off our uninterrupted dance music with a recording of Mexicali Rose, played by Freddie Snitch and his Los Angeles River washouts. Here it is, Mexicali Rose.
This number is being played for Fred and Mabel, Cecil and Rodney, Becky, Fanny, Pauline, the boys at Schmetnick's Pool Hall, the shut-ins at Alcatraz, and Poopsie. I know you all want to dance, so back to the music.
Attention, all men over 95. Are you taking care of your tooth? Do you use pink toothpaste to suffer from white toothbrush? When you smile, does your tooth stand out like a lima bean in a barrel of tar? Then try Dr. Fine-Buster's toothpaste, the only toothpaste containing grit, sand, and gravel. To receive a free tube of this toothpaste, do not send in an empty tube. Just send in your tooth. Remember Fine-Buster's toothpaste for sparkling gums. And now, back to the music.
And I want to interrupt the music for a moment to tell you that you're dancing to Mexicali Rose.
Ladies, have you tried Slicko Shellac on your floors? When you get up tomorrow, make this simple test. Put 2 drops of Slicko Shellac on your floor and rub gently for 2 days. Then put 2 more drops on your floor and rub for 3 days. Then finally 2 more drops and rub for 2 more days. And ladies, before you know it, the week is gone. And so is your floor.
You have just been dancing to Mexicali Rose. Good night.
Say, Alan, that was great.
Yeah, they were, Alan. Got any more of those kind of programs?
Well, I've got a great story for your daytime program. It's all about a young girl and her problems. You want to hear it?
That sounds good, Costello. Freddie Rich, let's have the theme music.
The makers of Grow Fuzz Hair Tonic present another episode in the true life story of Blossom Fink, girl street cleaner. But first, listen to what a satisfied user has to say about Grow Fuzz. Go ahead, Mr. Schnook.
My wife was disappointed in me because I didn't have any hair on my chest. So I bought a bottle of Grow Fuzz. And now, after one application, you should see the hair on my chest. I don't wear a shirt anymore. I wear a fascinator.
And now, back to Blossom Fink, girl street cleaner. It seems like only yesterday that poor Blossom drank potato bug spray, thinking it was orange pico.
But don't worry, folks. Blossom's all right now. The police gave her the 3rd degree and pumped it out of her.
In the meantime, Blossom's friend Harvey went to the general store to meet Squire Prindle to inquire about Larry, who had received a tragic letter from Mrs. Philpott's nephew, Eustace, who had told her of the split-up between Bernice and Fitzroy. Now, while this was happening, the butcher's son Herman spied Charlie and Julius leaving Mrs. Greystone's house with Myrtle and Phoebe and quickly rang the fire alarm.
Naturally, Blossom was a little confused by all this, and so am I. But as we look in upon Blossom this morning, she and her husband are having breakfast. Blossom speaks.
Oh, good morning, John, darling. What do you want for breakfast?
Oh, dear, I'd like some coffee.
Oh, but you should have milk.
But I'd much rather have a coffee, dear.
But you should have milk.
I'd rather have coffee.
No milk.
No, coffee.
Milk.
Coffee.
Tune in tomorrow. Will John have milk or coffee?
And remember, friends, go to your nearest drugstore and get a bottle of Grow Fuzz Hair Tonic. Try it tonight. If you're not completely satisfied, please don't complain. You've only got one bottle. We got 1 million of them.
Costello, that's the greatest radio story I've ever heard.
You're right, Abbott. Hey, look, Alan. I'll buy the whole works from you.
Okay, Costello. That'll be $10,000. Cash on the barrelhead.
And I'm just the barrelhead that's got the money. Now, Alan, just listen to this telegram. I want to show you that I really got a lot of dough. Now, get it. Dear Lou Costello, your Uncle Oscar has just died and left you $1 million. Thanks for your past favors.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that telegram.
Okay.
Oh, I thought so. You read it wrong.
Oh, no.
You haven't got $1 million. You haven't got a cent.
What do you mean?
Here, I'll read this telegram for you. Dear Lou Costello, your Uncle Oscar has just died and left you. $1 million thanks for past favors.
Costello, did you hear that? Did I hear that? And I just thought of something else that's wrong with that telegram. What's that? I ain't got no Uncle Oscar. Ah, get out of here.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute 23-year-old Marine Captain Harold Siegel of New York City, one of 2 Corsair pilots who attacked a formation of 40 Japanese planes. First he shot a Zero's tail off, and then his companion, following through, with 4 Japs firing at him, he dove and blew up another, continuing on down to smash a third. Now under fire from about 10 enemy fighters, Captain Siegel's plane was shot to pieces, but he stuck with it and plunged into the water. Next morning, he was rescued by a destroyer. In your honor, Marine Captain Harold Siegel, the makers of Camels are sending to our Marines in the Pacific 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with our guests Cary Grant and Don Barclay. Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, we'd better start getting ready for next week's program. You know, we're going to have Cary Grant and his friend Don Barclay as our guests.
Cary Grant?
Mm-hmm.
You mean the big movie star?
That's right, Costello. You know, Cary just returned from the South Pacific, where he entertained the soldiers.
Yeah, I understand he made a lot of money on that trip.
Oh, don't be silly. That's patriotic volunteer work. The Army doesn't pay him for that.
He made the money off the Japs.
Oh,
he had a great racket.
What do you mean?
At night, he'd hide behind a tree with a baseball bat and belt the Japs over the head.
How could Cary make money that way?
Easy. When the Japs came to, he'd sell them a road map.
Good night, folks. Good night,
everybody.
Be sure and tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our special guests, Cary Grant and Don Barclay. Alan Ladd appeared tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of The Miracle of Morgan's Creek. And remember, get Camels for more flavor. If you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camels for more flavor. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is heart. H-E-A-R-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, on Thursday, November 13th, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will put on display for the first time what we honestly believe to be the most beautiful car ever built, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto. We'll have more to say about this exciting news in a few minutes. And here he is, the one, the only...
You'll have to speak to my campaign manager. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples.
We have a housewife for you, Groucho.
You have, eh?
Yes, she was selected from our audience just before we went on the air.
Oh, how nice.
And her partner is a man with an interesting occupation, Mr. Louis Spinner. Folks, come on in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. And now then, what have we here? A beautiful, bewitching creature. That's what we have. That's a real charmer. Tell me, are you married?
Yes.
I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to Mr. Spinner over here. Mr. Spinner, you're one of the most beautiful little charmers I've ever seen. You know, you look like a little like Adlai Stevenson.
I've been told that quite often. My customers call me the portable Stevenson.
The portable Stevens?
I'm kind of sewed off.
Well, are you planning on any whistle stops or anything?
I didn't even make up my mind yet which way I am going to
Well,
walk.
that's a very canny answer. What is your name?
Angel Maria Masco-Sotelo.
Would you mind repeating that?
Angel Maria Masco-Sotelo.
Well, let me know when you stop at Dallas. Angel, what are you... What's
Masco-Sotelo.
Masco-Sotelo. You got enough names there for a whole law firm. You know that? Or don't you know that?
Oh, yes, I do.
You do. What does your husband call you?
Angel.
Oh, Angel, huh?
Yes.
Oh, you play at Wrigley Field? So he calls you Angel?
Oh.
Well, what's good enough for your husband is certainly good enough for me. Mr. Adlai, where are you from?
I'm from Győr, Hungary.
No, not very. I just had dinner. Now, cut out the nonsense. Where are you from?
Győr, that's halfway between Budapest and Vienna. It's a whistle stop on the Orient Express line.
A whistle stop on the Orient Express line, huh? And, Angel, what is your hometown?
Well,
are you sure you're married?
Yes, I am.
Oh.
Sure. It's a Bevrage. It's a small town in the northern part of France, and it's situated 250 kilometers from Paris. 4 hours by train.
Mm-hmm. Would you mind telling us how old you are, Angel?
Yes, I'm 27 years old.
27 years old? Well, how old are you when you're in the service? Now, Mr. Spinner, let's get back to you for a while. Huh? You say you're from Hungary. Huh?
That's right.
What did you do in Hungary?
I studied law.
Oh, and are you practicing law now?
No.
Why not?
Well, when I came to this country, I found that there was no urgent need for Hungarian lawyers here.
Well, that's ridiculous. Suppose you were being sued by a Hungarian. I know every time I've been sued it was by a Hungarian.
We don't sue each other, we fight it out.
Oh. Do you know how they make an omelet in Hungary? Do you know that?
Well, we don't call it omelet, we call it palacsinta.
Well, no matter what you call it, there's an old recipe, a Hungarian recipe.
How?
And where they say in Hungary, when you want to make an omelet, the directions go, it says, first you steal 2 eggs.
That's a true recipe.
Don't laugh on the point, you know, if you could laugh while I'm talking first. In Hungary, when you want to make an omelet, the recipe says, first you steal 2 eggs. I guess they heard it the first time. Well, you're an interesting couple, and I hope you win a reasonable amount of money here tonight. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000 question. Right now, here's a beautiful young lady with news about another beauty, the 1953 DeSoto.
Hello, this is Wendy Barry. And right now I want you to get a pencil and mark down this date, November the 13th. You got it? Thursday, November the 13th. That's a wonderful day. That's the day the stunning new 1953 DeSoto goes on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I've sneaked in and seen this new DeSoto, and really I think it's the most beautiful car ever built. No matter how you look at this new DeSoto, inside or out, it's perfectly beautiful. Outside it's longer, lower, and lovelier than you ever thought a car could be. And inside, well, it's as lovely as my favorite living room. They won't let me tell you any more about this beautiful new car, but you can see it for yourself. Just be sure and be at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers on Thursday, November the 13th, the day the distinguished new 1953 DeSoto goes on display for the very first time. Oh, I'm going to be on You Bet Your Life television sometime soon, along with this beautiful 1953 DeSoto. So watch for us, won't you?
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. Quiet on, Fenneman?
I'm here.
Explain the rules.
All right, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Out of our list of 20 categories, you selected number 5, familiar Latin expressions. Well, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
1999.
1999.
Save a penny.
What is the Latin expression that means solid earth?
Terra firma.
Terra firma is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $39.99.
Let me going for $2,000 tonight. How much of this vast sum are you going to try this time?
Bet it all.
All?
Save a penny. Save a penny.
Save a
Rainy
penny.
days.
Okay. What is the Latin expression that means privately or secretly or in confidence?
Sub rosa.
Sub rosa is right.
You now have $79.97.
They have that much?
Yes.
Well, land sakes. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
How much do we have?
You have $79.97.
$79.96.
79. Is that all right with you?
Yes, I guess so.
Mademoiselle?
Oui.
Oui, yeah. Well, we too. What is the Latin expression that means endless or without limit?
Infinite.
That's right. Ad infinitum, we call it.
You now have $159.93.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Shoot the works.
Shoot the works?
Yeah.
What is the Latin expression that means one out of many? It is the motto of the United States.
E pluribus unum.
E pluribus unum is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $319.86.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We invited some businesswomen to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Martha Gallagher. Her partner, also from our studio audience, is Mr. Alan Palmer. Folks, would you come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Alan Palmer and Martha Gallagher, eh? Where are you from, Martha?
I was born in Waco.
Waco? And may I ask how old you are, Martha?
25.
Are you married?
No.
No, you're talking. Alan Palmer. That's you. Are you married?
Oh, yes.
Who cares, huh? Where are you from, Mr. Palmer?
Passaic, New Jersey.
Passaic, huh? I know it very well. That's just a hop, skip, and a jump from Trenton, isn't it?
No, it's about 60 miles.
Well, it was a hop, skip, and a jump for me. I hopped a train, skipped town, and jumped bail. Alan, did you come to California direct from Passaic?
No, I was in New York for about 30 years.
You stopped off in New York for 30 years? What's the matter? Couldn't you find your suitcase? Those train connections in New York can be pretty bad sometimes. You must have been on the Long Island Railroad, weren't you? What were you doing in New York?
Well, I was growing up, went to school, got married, and had 2 children.
What a novel way to spend time between 2 trains. Now, Martha, since you're not married, I presume you have some other visible means of support, huh?
Yes.
I see. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a geologist.
Please, no politics in this program. What's a geologist?
Well, a geologist is a sort of scientist who studies the mineralogy and the petrology and the structure and the paleontological evidences and the materials of the earth and interprets them.
Could you make it simple? You know, you're not talking to a 10-year-old out here.
Well,
What do you actually do?
we study the Earth's crust.
Oh, well, I've got plenty of that. Why do you study the Earth's crust, Daddy? Oh, Mama. Martha?
Well, to find out the mineralogy and the petrology and the structural.
Back to that again, eh? Let's skip the whole thing and we'll all go back to Passaic, shall we? Now, who do you work for, Martha?
I work for Bankline Oil Company.
Oh, I see. And what do you do for them?
Well, I study the geology and...
This whole thing is becoming strangely familiar to me. It all seems like a dream.
I draw up a picture to tell the company where to drill a well.
In other words, you make oil paintings, is that it? What sort of work do you do, Al?
Well, I'm a locksmith.
Oh, you mean you went to Yale?
No.
A locksmith, huh? How did you happen to get into the locksmith business?
Well, when I was a kid, I used to like to take things apart and try to put them back together again.
Have you ever picked locks?
Oh, yes.
I picked locks the other day. I was at a party and they were serving cheese sandwiches and lock sandwiches. And I picked locks because I don't like cheese sandwiches. And for those who don't know, locks is a fish that got red in the face from swimming up the Columbia River. What kind of jobs are you called upon to perform, Al?
Well, all types, emergency lockouts of homes, cars.
Has anything embarrassing ever happened to you, like locking yourself out of your own house?
No, but I was called to help a woman out of the bathroom that she locked herself in.
She locked herself in a tub?
No, in the bathroom.
Oh, I see.
And she kept yelling, when you get the door open, don't look, I haven't got any clothes on.
Well, very few people are dressed when they're in a bathtub. Hey, some of them wear a hat, that's all. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Al. Did you look?
No. Besides, she had a towel wrapped around her.
How do you know if you didn't look, Mr. Don't you think he's in a more interesting profession than you are, Martha?
I imagine he is.
Let's get Eddie again. As a geologist, tell me, what's the latest date?
That's a pretty old one.
Well, I agree with you, Martha, but when you're talking to a geologist, sometimes you're compelled to dig pretty deep. Now, tell me how you go about finding oil. How do you look for oil?
Well, you find a place that you think it ought to be in and get the company to lease the land or buy it, and then you drill a well.
Mm-hmm. After you find a likely spot, what happens?
Well, you drill the well, and then the geology department goes to work and studies the well and the findings from it and other companies' wells, and goes out and studies the rocks and the structure of them and so forth, and then we draw up a picture to tell the management why the oil wasn't there.
And the next thing, the stockholders get a letter. Well, you've both been real informative, and I wish you lots of luck in the quiz. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. Beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected locations of colleges. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Our first couple won $319.86, and the secret word is heart.
How much are you going to bet? You have $20.
20. Want to go for 20?
Well, 1998.
1998.
1998. What college is at South Bend, Indiana?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame is right.
Well, you're on your way. Good start. You have $39.98.
Did you go to Notre Dame, Martha?
No.
I thought so on account of Gallagher being the last name there. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of this $39.98 are you going to try?
$39.97.
Talk it up.
$39.97.
Okay. What college is at New Haven, Connecticut?
Yale.
Yale. That's a fine question to ask a locksmith.
You now have $79.95.
And here's your third question. How much of that sum will you bet?
$79.94.
Okay. What college is at Evanston, Illinois?
It's the University of Illinois.
No, it isn't.
Evanston.
Evanston?
Time's up, kid. Take a stab if you don't know. Think of some college around there.
Illinois.
No, I'm sorry. It's Northwestern.
You now have 1 penny.
Go bet it all.
You're going to bet it all? All right, now you're going to bet a cent. What college is at Ithaca, New York?
It's Cornell.
Cornell is right.
And they wind up with 2 cents.
2 cents.
That's not enough.
That's what you don't put it. Keep your 2 cents out of this. All right, we're not going to let you leave here with 2 cents. We're going to give you enough money to bring this sum up to $25. So at least you'll each get 12 and a half. Now get this right, and you'll have $25 and no coaching, please. What kind of wood was the old oaken bucket? Oak is right. Thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we have a young lady from the City Hall Information Bureau and a test pilot for you now. They were chosen just before we went on the air. Miss Evelyn Hayden and Mr. Bill Bridgman, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Evelyn Hayden. Now, let's see, a test pilot and the girl from the Information Bureau. Huh? Is that right?
Inflammation?
Oh, information. Oh,
Information.
Well, which one is from the Information Bureau?
I am.
Oh. That said, was a quick answer. You're very well informed, Evelyn. Do you pronounce it Evelyn or Evelyn?
Any way that you say is all right with me.
It won't, you won't win any more money by those tactics. In that case, I'll call you Evelyn, huh? Where are you from, Ev? Gosh, we get familiar quickly up here.
I'm from Colorado.
Oh. It's amazing how much this girl knows. I just met her, and already she knows where she's from. Maybe I can stump her. Are you married? No help in the audience, please. You are married, huh? Mr. Bill Bridgman, eh? You're a test pilot?
Yes, that's right.
What is your hometown, Bill?
Tumwa, Iowa.
Are you married?
No.
Not married, huh? Fine-looking, rugged, youthful test pilot? Like you, not married? How come?
I was married once. That's how come.
Well, he's a test pilot, all right. You test anything. Who do you work for, Bill?
I work for Douglas.
Douglas who? Fairbanks?
Douglas Aircraft.
That's an odd name for a man, isn't it? Douglas Aircraft. It must have been named after that factory in Santa Monica. What does a test pilot do on his job?
Oh, it's 99% talk and about 1% action.
You sound like a political candidate. Who do you talk to, and what about?
Well, you spend quite a bit of time talking to the engineers, the aerodynamists, and the plant.
Mm-hmm. Is that fun?
Not a bit. No, I don't think so.
I guess they're pretty smart, though.
Very smart, yeah.
Well, they must be smart. They stay on the ground and let you fly the plane. No schlemiels there, eh? I think I'll get my feet on the ground. Ev, where is your Information Bureau?
City Hall lobby.
In the lobby? Well, that's the right place for it. There's certainly plenty of lobbying going on at the City Hall. What kind of questions do you get down at this place, Mrs. Hayden?
Oh, we get questions on almost every subject.
Well, what, for example?
Well,
you mean if I asked you a question on any subject, you could give me an answer?
Well, probably I couldn't answer everyone, but if I couldn't, I could tell you the proper place to go.
Well, I expect to go there eventually. We're all going there eventually. Let's not be too cocky about it, anyway. I bet you've all got plenty to answer for, too. How long have you been test piloting, Mr. Bridgman?
About 4 years.
Well, how did you get into this kind of soft racket?
Well, I came out of the Navy and flew for the airlines for a year and decided I'd like test flying better and went to work for Douglas.
Mm-hmm. What kind of planes do you test?
Usually research, high-speed research aircraft.
What's the fastest anyone has ever flown? Do you happen to know?
To date, it's 1,238 miles an hour.
1,238 miles an hour? The man must be off his nut to fly that fast. What's the fastest you've gone, Bill?
1,238 miles per hour.
Well, Bill, it's an honor to have you here, and I apologize, and you don't have to get married again if you don't want to. Now, let's consider this 1,238 miles an hour. That's pretty fast. At that speed, how long would it take you to fly across the country?
Well, I think it's been figured that if you left New York at 9 a.m. and traveled across the country, you would arrive at Los Angeles at 8:30 a.m. on the same day.
You know, I think his flaps are dragging. How can you land here a half hour before you take off in New York? Do you oil your wristwatch with Zeradan?
No, because of the 3-hour time difference and sidereal time against the sun, you can beat the time lag and make it a half an hour sooner.
You get here a half hour before you left?
Before you left, that's right.
I don't think I'd care for that. I could get my face slapped in Los Angeles even before I kissed a girl in New York. How does it feel to go that fast? Over 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh, I think you'll get a greater feeling of speed right here driving through traffic in Los Angeles.
You think men will be able to go faster than that?
I think the next year we'll find 2 or 3 planes going faster than that.
What do you think of flying saucers?
I'm not a believer myself. I haven't seen any. If one lands out here at Municipal, I'm convinced.
As I remember, Bill, you flew pretty high when you set that record. How high did you fly?
It was recorded at 79,400 feet.
That's about 16 miles, huh?
16 miles, that's right.
Some fellows will do anything to avoid getting married again. Well, Bill, it's been an honor talking to a courageous man like you, and we'll make it safe for the rest of the world to fly, and I wish you the best of luck in all your future flights.
Thank you.
And you too, Evelyn. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. Beat our other couples and get a chance at the $1,000 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Our first couple still leads with $319.86.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected words ending in AC as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
19 and a half.
1950.
1975.
1975. Okay.
1975.
All right. What is the word ending in AC, AC, that means a yearbook containing all sorts of facts and information? You can help him, you know, Evelyn. You're his partner.
Almanac.
Almanac is right.
And you're on your way. You have $39.75.
There, you came out of a steep dive that time, didn't you, for that? All right, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $39.75 are you going to try?
About 39 and a half.
39.55.
39.50.
What is the word ending in act that means a mentally unbalanced person who is dangerous?
Maniac.
Maniac is right.
You now have $79.25.
There you have $79.25 is your third question. How much you going to bet?
79.
Okay.
79.
What is the word ending in act that means the signs that astrologers use?
Zodiac.
Zodiac is right.
You now have $158.25.
And this is your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to try for?
158.25.
What is the word ending in act that means a clear liquid used in wood finishing?
Shellac.
Shellac is right.
And you wind up with $316.50. And that means the French bride and her partner with $319.86 in just 1 minute. Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Awful close.
And now here's a lovely lady you all know with news about the distinguished 1953 DeSoto.
Hi, this is Arlene Francis, and I want to make a date with you. A date for Thursday, November 13th. That's a really important day because that's the day the beautiful new 1953 DeSoto goes on display for the very first time at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I have seen this 1953 DeSoto, and honestly, I think it's the most beautiful car ever built. This new 1953 DeSoto is lower, longer, lovelier, with a wonderful styling and beauty of design both inside and out. I know you'll want to be among the first to see this beautiful new 1953 DeSoto just as soon as it goes on display. Let's make that a date then, Thursday, November 13th at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers, the day the beautiful new 1953 DeSoto goes on display. Don't keep me waiting, will you? Oh, and I'm going to be on You Bet Your Life television sometime soon, along with the beautiful 1953 DeSoto. Watch for us, won't you?
Here's the French bride and her partner, Groucho, the winning couple, all ready for the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Well, are you cutie, you? You go back to France if you win this money? La Belle France?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you take another flyer at Hungary?
No.
If you go back, don't tell them that joke that I told about the 2 eggs and the omelet, huh? I'm sorry I told it here. Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Are you ready? I'm sure everyone has read the book of Genesis in the Bible. See how well you remember it. It tells, among other things, how Cain slew his brother Abel. For $2,000, tell me the name of the land to which Cain fled after the murder. Talk it over. All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon? Well, I'm sorry, it's the land of Nod. That's the correct answer. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much they win in the quiz?
$319.86.
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Don't forget, folks, on Thursday, November 13th, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto will go on display for the very first time at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Make a date to see it, and when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
Folks, freedom is everybody's business. In America, it's your responsibility to preserve that freedom. And the best way you can do that is by your vote. It's important that you vote if you're going to get the kind of government you want. No matter how you vote this November 4th, be a good American. Get out and vote. You Bet Your Life. Transcribed from Hollywood is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Gook and young Mr. Rush Gook. Mrs. Gook sits near a window darning socks while her son, freshly arrived from school, flings himself acrobatically on the davenport. Listen.
You'll break that.
No.
Will, too. It's getting old. Can't stand such treatment.
I never land on it in a vital spot, Mom. My body hits it at an angle where the springs can absorb the shock.
Davenports don't grow on trees, remember. Cost lots and lots of money. What you been doing since school?
Shooting baskets over in Bluetooth Johnson's backyard. Need me for something? Walked up the alley with Mr. Gifford just now. We got in conversation and doctored up a scheme that's so important your shoes will sink right through the sidewalk.
What Mr. Gifford is that?
Mr. J.J. Gifford. You know, resides in the 700 block on University.
Oh, the contractor man.
Yeah.
What's the big scheme?
Mom, I personally am going to tear down a 3-story brick building.
That's so?
All by myself and with nobody helping.
Where's the building?
Way out in West Mulberry, near College Street. You've been past there. Real old red brick warehouse sort of a looking place.
Oh, just before you make that turn when you want to get on the hard road to Peoria?
That's it.
You're going to tear it down, huh?
All by myself and with nobody helping.
Mr. Gifford tell you could?
The arrangements are all settled. Here's the setup. Mr. Gifford's got the contract to tear down the building. His plans is to start work a week from Monday. Out in the alley just now, I obtained his permission to begin on the job this coming Saturday. A whole week in advance, see? If I haven't got the building demolished by a week from Monday, him and his man will finish it.
It's a job, huh? You get paid?
No, it's not a job. Of course I don't get paid. I'm doing it for the honor.
What honor?
Wouldn't you like to be able to say you tore down a 3-story brick building single-handed? Is there anybody in our family that's ever tore down a 3-story brick building single-handed?
Not that I know of.
Is there anybody in your circle of friends that's ever tore down a 3-story brick building single-handed?
No.
Well, there you are. Why, as far as I know, I may be the only individual in history that can say they tore down a 3-story brick building single-handed. It'll be something I can brag about all my life. Take 20 years from now. Maybe I'm married to some woman or other, and we're riding down West Mulberry Street of a Sunday afternoon with another married couple. I'll never forget along in here, I'll remark kind of casual. Why is that, the married couple will say. When I was age 14, I'll say, I tore down a 3-story brick building, single-handed. Boy, will they stare. My wife will say, why, hubby, you never told me that.
Oh.
Sure. I ought to be able to tear down a 3-story brick building in 7 days.
Sounds like hard work.
Oh, it'll be hard work, all right. What I plan to do is hit the hay good and early nights, get plenty of sleep.
How about school?
It'll be after school I head for West Mulberry Street.
No.
7th hour classes are over at 3 o'clock. I'll come right home and change my clothes. Of course, I'll have to pitch right in. Won't have any extra minutes to fool.
How does a person go about tearing down a 3-story building? Give it a kick?
Oh, there's dozens of ways to begin. Some authorities enjoy starting at the roof and working down. Others recommend starting in the basement and working up. I haven't decided what I'll do yet. Have to sleep on it. This is something you'll be able to brag about, too, Mom.
Yeah?
Sure. Take some afternoon when you're at the Thimble Club. Some lady will say, hello there, Miss Gook. You any relation to Rush Gook? And you'll say, why, yes. He happens to be my son. The lady will say, why, let me shake your hand. I read all about Rush Gook in the Chicago paper. He tore down a 3-story brick building single-handed.
Answer that.
You'll be able to lope around and brag your head off. Hello? Hello, Bluetooth. Oh, did I? Well, take it in the house, will you? Where'd I leave it? On the cistern? Uh-huh. You can give it to me in the morning. Yeah. Thanks, Bluetooth. Okay, fella. So long. I left my algebra book over in Bluetooth's backyard.
Going after it?
No. He'll give it...
Need it tonight to study?
Uh-uh.
Well, what'd you bring it home then for?
Miss Monroe was watching us file out. We generally load up with textbooks on general principles.
Well...
Teachers get a favorable reaction when they see students going home with their arms full of books.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Mom, in connection with Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Don't mention about my plans for tearing down the 3-story brick building.
All right.
Because it'd be just like him to horn in.
Uh-huh.
That goes for Smelly Clark and Rooster Davis and Nicer Scott and Leroy Snow and the whole bunch of them. Just keep Mom when they're around.
All right.
I want to tear down this building single-handed. Not much glory in just helping tear down a building.
Mm-hmm.
So keep it under your hat.
All right.
Boy, will I swag around school after I've accomplished this. The guys will say, "Hey, where were you all last week? You never showed up at Tapman's vacant lot." I'll say kind of easy and casual. "Last week? What was I doing last?" "Oh, I tore down a 3-story brick building." "Oh, go on," they'll say. "That's no joke," I'll say. "I tore down a 3-story brick building, single-handed." That high school will be so full of jealous individuals you can cut them with a knife.
Answer that.
Okay.
I suspect it's Ruthie.
Hello? Hello, fella. Oh, shot a few baskets over at Bluetooth. Uh-huh. Tonight? Well, nothing that I know of. Just a second. Mom, we going any place this evening?
I guess not.
Milton Welch wants to go down to the YM and watch the fat men play handball.
No studying to do,
Uh-uh.
I don't care.
Milton? Sure. Yeah. Okay, why don't you come by and holler? All right. Well, that's fine then. Okay, fella. See you after supper. So long. He's coming past and pick me up. Don't mention about me in the 3-story brick building.
All right.
Because he'd like some of the glory.
Mm-hmm.
I expect I'll be worn to a frazzle when this is over and done with. My hands will be blistered, my back will be sore, and I'll probably have bruises all over my body. But it's worth it. Rush Gook, individual aged 14 years, that tore down a 3-story brick building single-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't that sound fancy? Rush Gook, the individual aged 14 years, that tore down a 3-story brick building single-handed. Rush Gook, the individual aged 14 years, that tore down a 3-story brick building.
Oh, those kids. Don't they ever do anything but telephone?
I'll get it.
It's getting to be a nuisance.
Well? Yes? Yes, just 1 second.
Miss Denbottom?
I don't think so. Sounds more like Miss Husher.
Hello? Oh, yes, hello there. Oh, fine. Uh-huh. Really? Uh-huh. Well, say. Oh, you bet. Why do you bet your boots? Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, I certainly will. Well, thanks 1,000 times. I'll do the same for you one of these days. All right, Miss Trogle. Yes. All right. Goodbye. Oh, Miss Trogle was expecting a whole bunch of people for supper and baked 4 apple pies. The people ain't coming, so she says if you'll come over, she'll give us 2 of them.
Oh, gosh. Walk clear over to West Monroe Street?
You know what Miss Trogle's pies are.
Yeah, but, golly, 700 block on West Monroe.
Are you too delicate to walk that far?
No, but I've had such a tough day. Calisthenics in the gym this afternoon and shooting baskets in Bluetooth Johnson's backyard afterwards. I'm tired.
Listen to who's talking.
Huh?
You know who's talking, don't you?
Who?
Rush Gook, the individual aged 14 years that tore down a 3-story brick building single-handed.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. And by the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And now here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern with Slapsy Maxie Rosenblum, Arthur Treacher, Bert Gordon as the Mad Russian, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. What's doing? Nothing much. We had a visit from the building inspector. I guess he likes to laugh as well as the next guy. And I'm afraid he might give the tavern a bad report, Duffy. Yeah, he says if the termites ever stop holding hands, the whole place will collapse. Also made a wisecrack about the way our floor slants, you know. He says we're the only building in town where the mice have to wear skid chains. By the way, speaking of rodents, Arthur Treacher is threatening to quit his job here. Well, he's having trouble with the customers, you know. They claim he shortchanges them on account of he's British. Yeah, they say every time he serves them alphabet soup, he drops the H's. But I hate to lose the guy, Duffy. You know, he's got a lot of good qualities, you know. For instance, he's got a great knack for serving our hash without that guilty expression on his face. Huh? Well, I think he got an offer from Grogan's across the street, but I'm going to try to talk him out of it. Well, you know the old line, Duffy. Gratitude, chance for advancement, all we've done for him. Money ain't everything. The old sucker pitch. Well, certainly he'll bite. Don't I fall for it every time I ask you for a raise? Well, just leave him to me, Duffy. I'll call you back. Say, Treacher.
What is it, old chap?
Say, is there anything to the rumor that you're planning to leave this joint?
In a word, indubitably.
Ain't got another word hanging around, have you?
Oh, yes, I have, but I can't use it now. Ladies at the bar, you know.
Oh, please, Treacher, before you do anything trash, leave us reason out your beef's logical. Now, answer me. Do you object to Duffy working you 18 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Definitely.
Well, I suppose you also object to Duffy's habit of bleeding his employees?
Well, it's not that so much. What I resent is his selling the blood to the Red Cross.
And I suppose you also object to not being paid no salary?
Decidedly.
Treacher, I'm afraid you didn't enter this discussion with an open mind. Don't you realize that money can't buy happiness?
Perhaps not, but with money one can have such a jolly time being miserable. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll pack my snake bite kit and prepare to leave.
Goodness. Hello? Okay, Miss Duffy, it's for you.
Who is it? Vera Fogarty?
No, it ain't Vera Fogarty. Strangely enough, it's a man.
A man? Give me that phone. Hello, Miss Duffy's speaking, and I'd love to. What? Archie, it's Papa.
So what, since when are you so choosy?
Are you a wise guy? What is it, Papa? Yeah, that's right, Arthur Treacher's quitting. Well, he wants his salary. I know it's unreasonable, Papa. But you know how help are these days. We've tried everything to get him to stay. We even told him he don't have to eat here. What, Papa? Why did I do what? Use my feminine what? What, Papa? My.
What'd he say?
He says I should vamp Treacher into staying.
Vita Barra rides again.
Oh, Arthur.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Treacher, you have always thought of me as the daughter of your employer, haughty and, shall we say, unattainable. Now I want you to think of me as the girl of your dreams.
I'll never sleep again.
Don't fight your true feelings for me. If I stood close to you and closed my eyes and tilted my head back and back and back, don't you know what would happen?
Eventually, old girl, you'd fall flat on your chignon.
Oh, Arthur, you're just bashful. Here, look. My lips are puckered. My eyes are closed. I'm putting my arms around you.
Miss Duffy, leave go of me.
Oh, where's Treacher?
He escaped in time. Now, wait a minute. Here comes a customer. Well, good evening, sir.
How do you do?
It's the Mad Russian. Glad to see you, Russian. What goes with you?
I have just been to see my doctor.
Your doctor, huh? Anything wrong?
No, he's in the pink of condition.
Is there anything wrong with you? Physically, that is.
Nothing wrong. The doctor says I'm healthy as a horse.
Healthy as a horse, huh?
Yes, and he should know.
Tell me, why?
He's a horse doctor.
Look, Russian, why do you go to a horse doctor? You ain't a horse.
Not so loud. He might hear you and raise the rates. Now, if you'll pardon me, I will take my pill.
Your pill? Okay, here's a glass of water.
Thank you.
Hey, what's that string doing on the pill?
How else am I going to take it 3 times a day? Pray, tell me. There is a rumor hanging on the grapevine that Arthur Treacher has escaped.
Well, you might, so to speak. We had a little difference of opinion over money.
Money? What's money? As I always say, be it ever so humble, there is no place like home.
What's that got to do with money?
Plenty. I owe 6 months' rent. Which reminds me, I am in the market for a job. The job for a market. Either way. Which way would you like it? I am in the market for a job.
Well, a job you want, huh? Tell me, what can you do?
He asked me what I could do. Come to think of it, what can I do?
I'll tell you what you can do. You can go across the street to Grogan's and see if Arthur Treacher is working there.
Wait. You are asking me to be a double-dealing, low-down, double-crossing spy?
Well,
Me, a spy?
I'll give you 6 free drinks on the house.
6 free drinks?
Yeah.
Shake hands with Massa Harry.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. Friends, if you study the room you're in right now, you'll realize that you can't buy furnishings piece by piece without the final picture in mind. It's that way when you buy television, too. Now, here's how to get the most out of your television dollar. Consider the complete home entertainment picture, radio and records, as well as TV. Instead of having many instruments scattered about, why not settle for one fine cabinet that costs less and contains your complete home entertainment needs? Such a one-cabinet combination is the RCA Victor Rutland. Open the doors on the Rutland's 18th century cabinet, and you'll find 17-inch million-proof television with its clear, steady pictures, AM and FM radio, and the Victrola 45 record changer, as well as a changer for 78 and 33 1/3. Yes, so many more families are becoming television owners this week. If you're one of them, remember to see and listen to the exciting new Rutland at your RCA Victor dealers.
You know, Miss Duffy, I don't blame Treacher if he takes that job with Grogan's.
What do you mean?
Well, a lousy way your old man treats people. You know, after all, there comes a time in the course of human events when all men is created equal.
Archie, you stole that speech from somebody.
I did not.
Then where did you get it?
I got it from Thomas Jefferson.
That's the trouble. You'd be better off if you'd listened to Papa instead of your dopey friends.
Miss Duffy, Thomas Jefferson is not a friend of mine. He happens to be the deceased father of our country.
George Washington was the father of our country.
You think a country this big only had one father?
What's that got to do with Arthur Treacher? He's an Englishman.
What was George Washington?
An Englishman.
Touche. If you ask me, I should have been just as smart as preacher and quit working for that old man of yours long ago.
What price gratitude?
Gratitude to who?
To Papa, who made you what you are today. You're worthless, good for nothing.
Look, Miss Duffy, don't give me them honeyed words. Boy, when I think what I could have been if I didn't come to work here 10 years ago.
What could you have been?
What could I have been? It so happens that the very morning your father hired me, I turned down a splendid opportunity to go on relief. From there on, who knows?
Archie, my boy, come here.
Yeah, excuse me, what is it?
Spy number 6420J reporting.
Good, 6420J. Hey, why the umbrella over your head?
I am working undercover.
Well, that's very sleuthy. Now, tell me, what's the dope? I mean, outside of you.
Just a minute. Are we alone?
Yes.
But who is that standing beside you?
That's you.
I know. I know that. But can I be trusted?
Well, guess we'll have to take a chance. Tell me, what's doing over at Grogan's?
I regret to report that preacher is working with the enemy.
Well, then there's only one thing to do. We got to hire another waiter.
What's about giving me the job? Me?
Look, I'm sorry, Russian. We got to have somebody a little more high class, you know, a little more refined than you. Hello? Bowery Bum Personnel Service? This is Duffy's Tavern. We need a waiter. The qualifications? Well, you know, somebody who knows the cultured little touches, like preparing a tasty Mickey Thin, or pouring iodine on a steak to make it look rare. You know, the subtle little niceties. Huh? The hours? Well, he works from 7 to 3. That's 7 a.m., of course. No, the 3 is a.m., too. The salary, 20 a week and 50%. That's right, 50% of what he shortchanges the customers. You got a man? Okay, send him down.
What are you doing, Archie?
I'm composing a business letter to me competitor for stealing out to treat you.
Oh, what does it say?
Well, I'll read it. My dear Mr. Grogan, I would like to tell you what I think of you, but I am far too genteel. Suffice it to say that you stink.
Well, that's telling him.
Yeah. It is such people as you that cause ill feeling between labor and management by offering a living wage. In closing, may I say that you are nothing but a crook, a swindler, and a no-good crumb. I remain the same. Signed, Archie. P.S. In addition to the above, Grogan, you are the most gruesomest man that I have ever seen.
Hi, Bud.
Grogan, you are one of the most gruesomest men I have ever seen. Now, what can I do for you, Dimples?
Well, I'm from the employment agency. I'm your new waiter.
A waiter? You don't look much like a waiter.
Too pretty, huh?
Pretty? You look more beat up than our food here.
So what do you want for 20 a week? Shirley Temple?
Hey, you know, you're pretty fast with the repartee, you know. Hey, would you mind answering a few questions?
Okay. What's the category?
Well, the quiz kid. First, what's your name?
Rosenblum.
Hmm? Born?
Yep.
I've heard that one a million times, but this is the first time I ever doubted it. Tell me, what education did you have? Did you go to high school?
High school?
Yeah.
Does that come before or after college?
Let's skip it.
I think I did.
I mean, did you ever go to school, stupid?
Yeah, and I came out stupid, too.
I'll buy that.
Well, any other questions?
Yeah, how long you been a waiter?
How long? Well, what time did you call the agency?
Look, Bud.
What?
Where did you ever work?
Oh, Madison Square Garden, the Legion Stadium, the St. Nicholas Arena.
Just a minute, Rosenblum. You ain't Maxie Rosenblum, the fighter.
Yep, that's me.
Oh, it's that Maxie Rosenblum. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. Standing up. Now, I've seen you fight a dozen times, Maxie. I remember the night you fought King Levinsky.
Yeah, that King Levinsky. What an unfair fighter.
What do you mean, unfair?
Well, every time I stuck my thumb in his eye, he'd foul me. It's too late for me to make a comeback.
And, I remember the night that Mickey Walker flattened you with that right hook in the first round.
Ah, that Mickey Walker was just lucky.
Lucky?
Yeah, my jaw just happened to be where he was swinging, that's all.
You never did fight Joe Louis, did you?
Nah, he was afraid.
Afraid, huh?
Yeah, he was afraid he'd kill me. Logical.
Look, Maxie, how come you gave up fighting?
Well, I had trouble with my eyes.
Trouble with your eyes, huh?
Yeah, I had I lost the place, so yeah, I had trouble with my eyes. Yeah, after the second round, I always seemed to be looking up at my opponent at the other guy I was fighting. He wouldn't take that word out. Looking up at the other guy.
Now, look, maybe I'll hire you. You know, I'm partial to fighters, Maxie. I used to be a fighter myself, you know.
You were a fighter?
Feel that wrist. Feel that bicuspid. No, that ain't chopped liver.
It ain't muscles.
Well, muscles ain't everything. You see, I was very clever, very scientific. I used to slither around that ring like a needle. In fact, they used to call me Archie the Ringworm.
You know, that I believe.
Ahem.
Oh, look, quiet, Miss Duffy.
Hey! What a beautiful dame.
This guy's punchier than I thought he was.
Archie, will you please introduce me while he's still on his feet?
Okay, Miss Duffy, shake hands with Maxie Rosenblum, one of the most powerful fighters in the world. Formally, of course.
Oh, cut out the formally introductions. Shake hands, Miss Duffy.
Glad to.
Ouch, what a grip. How long you been fighting?
He got that grip rowing out the battleships.
Archie, that is not true.
No?
I got it rowing back from battleships.
I know it had something to do with defense.
Oh, Slapsy.
Yes?
I'm not doing anything tonight.
Swell. Let's go over to Stillman's Gymnasium and spar a few rounds, huh?
Oh, please, Maxie, that would hardly be a fair match.
Maybe you're right.
You've been out of the ring much too long.
Look, Miss Duffy, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You mean?
Out. Now, Maxie, about this job here as a waiter. Mm-hmm. Now, here's our standard waiter's contract. Just close your eyes and sign here.
Sign my name?
Yeah.
If I could write, you think I'd work in a joint like this?
If you can't write, how can you take down the customer's orders?
I got a system.
You got a system, huh?
Yeah, I make X's.
Uh-huh.
1 X for a salad, 2 X's for a soup, and 3 X's for meat and coffee.
3 X's for both meat and coffee?
Yep.
Well, how can you tell which is which?
Easy. If you drink it, it's coffee.
Maybe I'd better give this guy a further test. Now, let's imagine I'm a customer sitting here at the table, Maxie. What do you do first?
Well, I tuck the napkin under your chin.
Well, that's correct as far as it goes, but what do you do if I ain't wearing a collar?
If you ain't wearing a collar, what do you need a napkin for?
Maxie, one uses a napkin, irregardless of whether he is attired in a collar or not. That's considered good form. And as a waiter, you must not forget Emily Post.
Why didn't you tell me you came in with a dame?
Look, all right. Are there any further questions you'd like to know?
Yeah. How come you won't pay me $50 a week instead of $20?
$50? You're asking pretty high wages for somebody with no experience.
Yeah, but don't forget, it's much harder work when you don't know what you're doing. And you don't know nothing about it.
Look, nothing doing, Rocky. It's $20 a week. Take it or leave it.
Okay, but before I start, I want one thing misunderstood.
What?
Anybody that says anything around here I don't like gets a punch in the nose. You understand that?
Does that go for everybody?
Everybody, including you, ringworm.
Oh, yeah? Now, look, I'm the manager here, and I'll say anything I want anytime I feel like it.
You will, huh?
Anytime I feel like it.
Okay. Go ahead and say it.
Well, right now, I don't feel like it.
Archie, I'm afraid we'll have to get rid of that Flapsy Maxie.
What's the matter?
A customer just spilled some soup, and Mr. Rosenblum is mopping it up.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He's using the customer for the mop.
Well, at least he's neat.
Say, Archie, what's wrong with that new waiter?
Why, what's the matter?
He's punching me in the nose for just asking one simple question.
What was the question?
I just asked him, how is your cauliflower today?
Well, I'll see. I'll have to take care of this guy. Hey, Maxie.
What do you want, jerk?
If I wasn't such a coward, I'd thrash this guy. Look, Maxie, didn't them 5 guys you just served 5 beers to leave just now?
Yeah, they left. What about it?
Where's the 2 bits for the 5 beers?
Oh, they didn't pay me 2 bits for the beers. They just left me a tip.
How much was the tip?
2 bits. You want to make something about it?
Well, no, I was just thinking what generous guys they were.
Okay. Now, I'm in the middle of eating. Don't bother me again, huh? And bring me another plate of hash, huh?
Yes, sir. 1 hash coming up. I'm afraid I've hired a playboy. What am I going to do about this guy?
Oh, I say, Albine, I'm back.
Well, Arthur Treacher, so the Portugal sun has returned. But I should think you'd be ashamed to walk into this place.
I am. That's why I always cover my face with my hat.
I mean, you turned turncoat on us and you went over to work for Grogan's.
On the contrary, I merely went to Grogan's to study the methods of our competitor.
Well, what'd you find out?
Oh, the food is good, the kitchen is clean, the plates are spotless, the entire place is spick and span.
That's what we're up against, dirty competition. But, Treacher, I'm glad you're back, and I'm going to pay you a salary.
A salary?
Yes, sir. I'll give you $1 a week.
Oh, goody, $1 a week, eh? Oh, now I can keep a harem.
Hey, Maxie, come here.
You still beating your gums?
Look, I'm sorry to say that a situation has arose. Treacher, our former head waiter, has re-enlisted with us, see? Which naturally leaves you with very little seniority to fall back on.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me I'm fired?
Well, frankly...
Do you know what happened to the last guy that fired me?
No.
Neither does he. So think it over.
Maxie, now, leave us not make a scene. I'll have to ask you to turn in your bar rag and brass knuckles and leave quietly.
Well, what about my week's salary?
Week's salary? You only been here 20 minutes.
What?
Okay, we'll pay you a week's salary. Let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20. Hey, Maxie, 20 cents. And if you don't mind, I'd like a receipt.
You'd like a receipt, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, here. I'll give you one.
Ow! Hello? Duffy's Tavern. Treacher, the acting manager speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Archie? He just went out.
Oh, I should say he'll be out for about 10 minutes.
Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means, try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. A-N-A-C-I-N, Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist's. Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The best cigarette for you to smoke. And by the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Yes, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff, leaves hair radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. Ever since the release of a new motion picture called The Life of Riley, concerning the comic headaches of one Chester A. Riley, our own Chester A. Riley's friends have been making comparisons between him and the Riley in the movie. And our hero is furious, for he doesn't see the slightest resemblance between himself and the not-too-bright character of the picture. Our Riley sees himself as let's eavesdrop on some of Riley's favorite daydreams. Right now, he's lying on the couch, dozing, and seeing himself as Riley, the intellectual giant.
And now, fellow scientists, I would like to speak on the atom bomb. The atom bomb, as you all know, consists of neutrons, electrons, and protons. In order to make the atom bomb, you take the neutrons, electrons, and protons, mix them with uranium, plutonium, and palladium, and then you add... But that is a military secret. Any questions? I see my distinguished colleague, Professor Albert Einstein, has his hand up. Okay, Professor, you may leave the room.
And then there is Chester Riley, the irresistible Casanova.
It's no use, my dear, but I can never love you. I will always be faithful to my wife. I know you're beautiful, but it's no use. I can never be yours. Get off your knees. It's no use begging. Oh, all right, just one last kiss. But after that, Rita, you'll have to go back to your alley.
And then there is Chester Riley, or rather, Operative K6 of the United States Secret Service.
You can beat me, you can torture me, but it won't do you any good. You'll never get the plans of our secret jet bomber. I tore them into little pieces and ate them. Ha, ha, ha. It's no use bringing in that X-ray machine. I knew you'd try that, but I outwitted you. 5 minutes ago, I operated on myself and removed my stomach. So you'll never learn the secret, you rats. You're dealing with no guts, Riley.
Riley, dinner's ready. Aren't you coming to eat?
It's too late. 5 minutes ago, I removed my stomach.
What?
Huh? Huh? Oh, it's you, Peg.
Well, what on earth are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking out loud.
Well, dinner's ready.
Well, why are we eating so early?
Well, I thought we'd taken a movie tonight.
No, I'm tired.
Oh, come on, let's go.
No, you go, Peg. I'll stay home.
Oh, but you've got to go. You just got to, Daddy. George is coming over tonight.
George? Who's George?
George Cameron.
A boy?
Well, I met him at school, and he said he dropped in tonight.
Oh, so that's it. So that's why you want to get me out of the house. You're ashamed of me.
I am not.
You don't want me to meet your fancy college friends because I'm ignorant.
Oh, you're not ignorant.
Don't contradict me.
Oh, Riley, you're being perfectly ridiculous. When a young girl is entertaining a boy, it's perfectly natural for her to want to be alone.
Yeah, what's natural about it? You didn't act that way with me. You weren't ashamed of your father. Every night I came to see you, he sat right there on the couch between us.
That was for a different reason. He didn't trust you.
Daddy, why are you making such a fuss
I
about...
don't want to hear another word.
But, Daddy...
I just want to ask one question. I'm the boss around here. I pay the bills. I'm the head of the house. When I say I'm going to stay in tonight, I'd like to know who's going to get me to go out.
I will.
Well, that answers my question.
Hi there, Riley.
Oh, it's you, Gillis.
What are you doing out here on the porch?
I got nothing better to do. Peg went to the movies.
Why don't you sit in the house?
Babs is entertaining a boyfriend.
That's no reason you should freeze out here in this California night air.
Well, we had a little argument. She didn't want me around. And you know why?
How should I know why? I ain't the kind of a guy who goes around snooping on my next-door neighbor.
Well, I told her the reason why she don't want me around.
You was wrong. It ain't because you're ignorant.
Gillis, you heard.
Yeah, not that you ain't ignorant, Riley, but Babs has another reason for wanting to be alone with that boy.
What other reason could there be?
What other reason?
Yeah.
Riley, I can see you've been married a long, long time. You've forgotten what it's like to be young. Think back to when you was a boy. You called on girls, didn't you?
Yeah, sure, lots of times.
And you had the house to yourself?
Oh, sure.
What happened?
Well, nothing much. We'd sit in the parlor and talk, and then she'd say, "Isn't that light too glaring?" And I'd say, "A little," and so she'd turn it out.
And then?
Well, then I'd say, "Doesn't the light from that street lamp bother you?" And she'd say, "A little," so I'd pull down the shades.
And then?
Well, then she'd say, "That chair you're sitting on isn't very comfortable, is it?" And I'd say, "Not very," so then I'd go over and sit on the couch beside her.
And then?
And then I'd... I'll murder that boy! He ain't gonna come around here smooching my daughter. I'll throw him out on his ear.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Riley. Don't lose your head. You gotta be sure of your ground.
Yeah, you're right, Gillis. Maybe we're all wrong about this. This boy looks like a very nice boy. I took a peek at him when he came in. Very respectable.
Yeah, maybe, but appearances can be very deceiving.
Yeah?
I knew of a young fella, a fine, upstanding, clean-cut youth. He called on a girl once for the first time. Inside of 15 minutes, he proposes to her, she accepts, and they decide to elope. But he's got no dough. So what do you think this fine, clean-cut, upstanding youth does?
Wow.
He gets the girl to tell him where her old man stashes his dough. Takes $50 and the old man's solid gold watch and chain, and they elope and get married.
Oh, I don't believe that. No guy could be that low.
Oh, no? How do you think I got this here watch and chain?
Gillis, it was you. That's how you married Honeybee? How could you do a thing like that?
Well, I know. It wasn't right. And to this very day, I'm still trying to make amends. Every Father's Day, I write Honeybee's old man, and I say, Pop, forgive and forget. I'm willing to give back the watch and the $50. But Honeybee goes back with him.
Gillis, you don't think maybe Babs would... Why, she hardly knows this George. Why, she... Come on, Gillis, I got some investigating to do. Are you with me?
J. Edgar Gillis at your service.
Quiet, Gillis, they're in the living room here.
Wait a minute, Riley.
Hey, they ain't here. Where did they go?
I hear him in the kitchen.
Well, come on.
Not so fast. Don't go busting in just like that. Size up the situation first. Get an earful of their conversation.
Oh, I don't like to stoop to eavesdropping.
You gotta stoop. Them keyholes is too low.
Well, okay. After all, I'm only doing my duty as a father.
They're coming.
Well, we gotta hide.
Where?
Here in this closet. Quick!
Gee, it's dark in here.
Yeah, there ain't much oxygen. We'll breathe it all up fast.
Yeah, with your nose, it'll be gone in no time. Riley, you better breathe only through one nostril.
I'm trying to hear what they're saying.
Can you make out anything?
No, I can't hear a thing. I wish I knew what they were saying.
Thanks for the sandwich, Babs. It just hit the spot.
Are you sure you had enough to eat, George?
Oh, plenty. Oh, say, Babs, how'd you like to go to a movie tonight instead of staying in?
Oh, I'd love to. There's a paper there. Let's see what's playing around here.
Well, let's see now. Well, there's Burt Lancaster at the Rialto.
Oh, I saw that.
Say, this looks good. The Life of Riley.
Oh, I saw that, too. It's a scream. But I could see it again.
Oh, I don't want you to see it twice on my account. We'll find something else.
Oh, I don't mind. Honest, it's a very funny picture. This Riley character's a riot. You know, we kid Daddy about it. He's got the same name as the Riley in the picture, Chester. He was going to sue the movie studio for libel.
No kidding. Is there any resemblance?
Oh, no. The Riley in the movie's a complete goof. Nothing like Daddy. There's one thing where he needs money and his kid has a piggy bank, so the big dog...
Well, Riley? Well, shh. They got what they're saying?
No, not yet. They're laughing about something, but I can't hear the words.
Get up from that keyhole, Riley.
What?
Let me.
Oh.
You don't know the technique like I do. Now, watch how I do it. First, you brush back all your hair from behind your ear so you can make good contact. Then, you pull your earlobe 5 or 6 times like this to tone up the circulation. Then you insert your little pinky into the ear passage, shake it a few times. That's to clear out the dust, the cobwebs, the insects, and etc. Now you're ready. Get down on your left knee, like this, and holding the face parallel to the door, slowly establish contact with the keyhole. Like this. Well, okay. I'm tuned in. Shh, I hear him laughing.
Yeah, what are they saying?
Wait, it's coming in clearer now. They're talking about...
Yeah?
About you.
Me?
I think so. I keep hearing the name Riley.
Are you sure they're talking about me?
Well, now I'm sure. I just heard the word jerk.
What do they mean, jerk? Well.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah, well, what's terrible?
Oh, this is horrible.
Well, let me listen.
No, Riley, don't.
No.
It's better you shouldn't hear.
What, Gillis?
I never thought I'd hear things like that said about you under your own roof.
I'll throw him out of here.
Not him. Her.
Babs? Oh, no, she couldn't. What did she say?
Well, I didn't catch every word, but my general impression was that she thinks you're a big, dumb, stupid dope. It's no wonder everybody's laughing at you, she says.
No, not Babsy. I don't believe it. She wouldn't say things like that. No, not about me. She loves me. I'm her favorite father. I won't believe it. I won't believe it until I hear it with my own ears.
Okay, let's open the door a crack. Now, quiet.
I'll be ready in a minute, George. I just want to lock the back door.
Oh, where'd you put my coat, Babs?
In the closet.
He's coming to get his coat. Your friend is. I don't want him to see us. Give me his coat. I'll hand it to him.
You can't do that.
Well, it don't look good for Babs' father to be caught spying in a closet. She'll never forgive me. He mustn't find out I'm her father. I know. We'll trick him. Pretend we're burglars.
You nuts?
Oh, we got to. Here he comes. Stick him up.
Huh? What is that?
I'm pretending I'm a burglar. We're desperate. Out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't.
Wait, let go of me. Stop it. Let go of me. Out.
George, what happened? What is it? Oh, what happened?
Oh, don't worry, Babs. He's unconscious. He's a burglar. I found him hiding in your closet. Had to knock him out. Well, it was lucky I was here. Look at that vicious mug.
Oh, Daddy, are you hurt?
Daddy!
He's my father.
Your father? Oh, I didn't know.
Who hit me?
Gee, I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Riley. I thought... Here, let me help you up.
Get out of this house.
Oh, but, Mr. Riley, I'm sorry I hit you. I thought...
Get out of this house.
But, sir...
Get out of this house before you break every bone in my body.
Prell will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. And now it's Tallulah time.
I'm Tallulah, the tube of Prell, and I've got a little something to tell. Your hair can be radiant, oh so easy. All you gotta do is take me home and squeeze me. I'm Tallulah, the tube of Prell, and I'll make your hair look swell. It'll shine, it'll glow, so dandruff-free. For radiant hair, get a hold of me. Tallulah, the tube of Prell shampoo.
Yes, folks, for hair that looks swell, just use Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo. Because Prell leaves hair radiant the very first time you use it. Yes, more radiant than any soap shampoo. And Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it. Try it. Try Prell. What Happens to Riley would fill a book, so you folks would be interested in the amusing new book published by the Movie Reader's Library called The Life of Riley. Here's the entire story with illustrations of the new Life of Riley motion picture, and it's available now at your local bookstore. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley, where our hero, intellectual giant, irresistible Casanova, and intrepid adventurer of the United States Secret Service is being kicked around by his wife and daughter.
I don't want to hear any of your excuses.
But, Pat,
I was never so humiliated in all my life.
But, Babs,
hiding in a closet, spying on your own daughter.
But, Pat,
George, you'll never ask me for a date again.
But, Babs...
It's the most disgraceful thing I ever heard of.
But,
I won't
Babs...
be able to show my face in school.
But, Babs...
When the story gets around, they'll all laugh at me.
But, Babs, we...
Every time Babs...
For the love of Mike, let me talk. There's still free speech in this country, ain't there?
Not for you, there isn't.
Dictator.
What did you call me?
Dictator, that's what you are. Another Mrs. Hitler.
Well, what possible excuse could you have for the way you behaved?
Never mind how I behaved. What about how she behaved?
What did I
That's
do?
no use denying it. I heard you telling a stranger that your own father is a moron.
What?
Yeah, I heard you in there laughing at me.
Oh.
You see, she admits it.
We weren't talking about you. We were talking about the Riley in the movie, The Life of Riley.
You mean the movie? Oh. Well, Peg, it was just a case of mistaken identity. Well, in that case, I accept your apology.
You accept her apology? Well, I never. When are you going to learn to trust your children and stop this everlasting snooping and spying?
Oh, well, no harm done.
Oh, you say that every time. I've never had a boy come to this house yet without you driving him away, and I'm not going to stand for it anymore.
Babs, what happened. It's fate. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yes, there is. I'm leaving.
What?
Babs. Virginia Carpenter has an apartment right near college, and she's always asking me to share it with her. And this time, I'm going to do it. Now, Babsy, dear, don't be silly. Why, you're
don't get excited, Peg. She's just talking. She don't mean that.
You'll see if I mean it. I'm going to pack right now.
Babs, come back here. Don't. Well, you see what you did?
What I did?
But you didn't bring her up right. A daughter has got to respect the father.
Well, then why don't you act like a father instead of an FBI agent?
Yeah, well, I'll act like a father, all right. I'll learn her. Babs, I forbid you to leave this house.
It's no use arguing, Daddy. I've made up my mind.
I forbid you to leave this house.
I'm 17 and I've got a right to lead my own life.
I forbid you to leave this house.
There's no use shouting.
I forbid you to leave this house.
Please, step aside, Daddy.
I forbid you to leave this house. You hear? I absolutely forbid you. Peg, I'm getting hoarse. You forbid her while I gargle.
Now, look here, Barbara Riley. I've had enough of your nonsense. You're acting like a silly child.
Mother, please don't make a scene.
Now, Babs, I'm
Now,
not
she's
going
right,
to let...
Peg. There's no use arguing with her. There's only one way to settle this, and settle it fast. Call her bluff. You still want to leave home, Babs?
Yes.
Well, then leave. Go on, leave. Go!
I will. Goodbye.
Well, I settled that fast. Peg, go after her. Bring her back. Well, why didn't you bring her home with you?
Riley, it's better this way. I know how to handle Babs. Now go to sleep.
Oh, she'll never come back.
Yes, she will. Let her stay at Virginia's tonight. She'll have a good cry, and tomorrow morning she'll feel differently.
We've lost her. We've lost our little baby.
Riley, I tell you she'll be back tomorrow. Now go to sleep.
Sleep? How can you think of sleep at a time like this? That's the trouble with you mothers. You've never been a father.
Riley, where are you?
I'm out here in the hall.
Well, what are you doing out there? Do you realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning? Come back to bed.
I couldn't sleep.
What's that box you got there?
I got it from the closet. It's Babs' baby things.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm glad we saved them. At least we'll have something to remind us of it.
Oh, Riley, put that box away. Stop being so silly.
What's the use of having kids? You slave and sacrifice so they'll grow up healthy and educated. In the end, what have you got to show for it? A box of family pimentos. Look, her baby shoes. And look here, the first nail that she ever stepped on. And here's the first piece of sidewalk she fell on her head on. Look, her first tooth. And look at this pretty lock of hair.
Oh, that's not Babs' hair.
I know, it's mine. She tore it out by the roots. She didn't even like me then.
Oh, Riley, she'll be back tomorrow, believe me.
You really think so?
Yes, I'll go get her. Now stop bawling. Oh, come on, dry your eyes.
I haven't got a handkerchief.
Well, here, use mine.
No. Hand me her little diaper there.
I'm glad you came after me, Mother. I was coming home anyway. I'm afraid I acted like a silly child.
Forget about it, dear. We were all a little excited.
Will Daddy be angry?
No, he'll be so happy to see you. He's been beside himself. Couldn't sleep all night.
Oh, poor Daddy.
Oh, Babsy, I want to stop off at the market here and get some things for supper. You go on home, dear. Your father must be very anxious. I'll be home soon.
All right, Mother. Oh, Babs, that's Riley. Oh, hello, Mrs. Brady. How's the baby?
Oh, he's just fine. He'll be 10 weeks old tomorrow. Oh, Babs, dear, could you do me a big favor? I have to take my little girl Alice to the dentist, and I can't get anyone to mind the baby. Could you do it just for half an hour?
Well, I've got to get right home. I know. I could take him home with me, and you can pick him up on your way back.
Oh, thank you, Babs.
Come on, Harry. You're coming with Babsy.
4:30. Why ain't she here yet? She should have been here by now. She ain't coming. I know it. She's never coming back. I can't live without her. If she don't come back, the undertaker might as well come and get me. Betsy!
No, it's the undertaker. The friendly one, Digby O'Dare.
Oh, it's you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking for... You look horrible.
Oh, Digger, I feel awful. I'm in terrible trouble on account of my kid.
Ah, yes. Children can be most vexing. Do you know what my son did? The young one? Marble stone. He filtered a sign from a barber shop and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Ooh, I was furious.
Well, why? What did the sign say?
Come in. You're next.
Well, I got worse trouble. My Babs ran away from home.
Oh, you have my sympathy. Yeah. It's a sad thing when a youngster leaves the parental roof. Yeah. They come to a bad end. Like my younger brother. He was in business with me and ran away and joined the circus as a wild animal trainer. To this very day, the family never mentions his name.
Why not?
He's known as Bring 'em Back Alive Odell.
Oh, Digger, sometimes I wonder what life is all about. You work, you slave, you suffer, and in the end, where do you wind up?
I can give you your choice of several nice locations.
Babs, don't come back tonight.
Never fear, she'll come back. Maybe not tonight, maybe not for years, but eventually she'll come back, begging for forgiveness.
Yeah, well, it'll be too late then. I won't forgive her.
Oh, come, Riley, be tolerant. No. They kicked me out of my union for saying this, but live and let live.
No, I'm through being a softy. Your kids take advantage of you. If you want respect, you got to be a mean father, hard, cruel. I'll never forget how she made me suffer. If she ever shows up, I'll say to her, out of my house.
Riley, don't be so melodramatic. You sound like a character out of East Lynne.
Yeah, I saw that show, and the father in that play had the right idea. I'm going to be just like he was. I remember the scene where the daughter comes home with a baby in her arms, begging for forgiveness. And outside there's a raging blizzard, and she cries and says, Father, oh Father, it ain't a fitting night for man or beast. Have pity on me and my babe. But does he forgive her? No. Out, he says. Out, you and your baby. Out into the storm and never darken my door again.
Hello, Daddy. I've come home.
Out! Out into the snow. Out, I say, and never darken my door again.
Daddy!
Out! You and your baby. Baby! Oh, my poor little Babs, come in quick before you freeze. Wait a minute. Baby? Babs, where did you spend the night?
At Virginia's. This is Mrs. Brady's baby. I'm just minding him for her.
Uh-oh. Oh, Babsy, darling, I'm so glad you're home. Excuse me for yelling like I did. I got carried away.
Now, Riley, settle down. You're all excited. No harm done. As I always say, to be carried away is all very well, if it's not being done by Digger Odell. The Rileys will return in a moment. There's radiance for you in Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo. Yes, Prell leaves hair radiant two ways, radiantly lovely and radiantly clean. In fact, Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap shampoo. Soft, smooth, easy to manage. And Prell removes embarrassing dandruff quickly, in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it. So give your hair that radiant hair with Prell. As Tallulah says,
I'm Tallulah, the tube of Prell, and I'll make your hair look swell. It'll shine, it'll glow, so dandruff-free. For radiant hair, get a hold of me. Tallulah, the tube of Prell shampoo. Where were you this evening? You left right after dinner.
Oh, yeah, Peg, I got a confession to make.
A confession?
Yeah, I went to see that Life of Riley picture.
Oh, you finally got around to seeing it.
Yeah. Peg, you know that Riley character in that picture, he's a kind of a big happy nut, ain't he? Eh?
Well, in a way, but amusing.
And he's a roughneck, and he's always making trouble for his family.
Well?
You know, I'm just like him.
No.
Yeah, but don't tell anyone. Let's keep it a secret, eh?
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley. The new Life of Riley movie, starring William Bendix as Riley, will open this week in St. Paul, Spokane, Washington, and Richmond, Virginia. Tonight's script is by Reuben Shipp, Alan Lipscott, and Dick Powell. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Babs is Barbara Eiler. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And don't forget,
Prell's radio offer of a lovely rainproof rain scarf closes midnight Monday, May 9th. So hurry. Send your name and address with 25 cents and any size Prell carton to Prell, Cincinnati, Ohio. Be sure to state your color choice, rose, blue, green, or yellow. Send to Prell, Cincinnati, Ohio for your rain scarf now. This offer is good in the United States only.
Hi-ho, ivory snow, wash your dishes with ivory snow. It's safe for hands and speedy too. Lovely hands mean a lovely you. Hi-ho, safe in snow, wash your dishes in ivory snow.
Let your hands tell you why Ivory Snow is so wonderful for dishwashing. Wash your dishes with Ivory Snow as millions do. When you see how Ivory Snow pampers your hands, you'll know it's ideal. It's ivory mild, ivory pure. And remember, it's granulated for speed. No soap made is faster for dishes or kinder to hands than Ivory Snow, the only soap both ivory mild and granulated for efficiency. Yes, for speedier dishwashing, for snow-white hands, try wonderful Ivory Snow.
And this is Ken Niles, reminding you to tune in to this NBC station every Friday night for Jimmy Durante, Eddie Cantor, Red Skelton, and The Life of Riley. Good night.
The preceding program was transcribed. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the main topic of conversation in Pine Ridge is the premiere of Lum and Abner's picture, which is to be held in the schoolhouse Friday night. A projection machine has been ordered from the county seat, and Lum is busy appointing committees to handle all the arrangements for the big event. As we look in on the little community, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library. He's making a phone call. Listen.
Oh, is that you, Sister Simpson? Well, this is Lum Edwards, moving picture star talking. Ma? Oh, no, it don't feel no difference being a celebrity. Of course, you know me. I wouldn't let something like this affect me none. I'm going right ahead on speaking to all my friends just the same as usual, just like I weren't no better than they was. Uh-huh.
Yeah, morning, Lum. Oh, excuse me, I never seen you on the phone.
Just a minute, Abner. Mom? Oh, well, what I called you up for was to appoint you head of the committee to decorate the schoolhouse for the premiere of our picture Friday night, The Bashful Bachelor. Huh? Oh, you already figured on that?
Why, of course, she always does the decorating for everything.
Yeah, that ought to look nice. Uh-huh. Yes, Mom.
No, tell me what she's calling.
Uh-huh. Well, either red or blue will be fine. Uh-huh. Red's fine with me.
Yeah, that's my favorite color, red.
All right, make it blue then.
Oh.
Well, either one's all right. Uh-huh. Yes, Mom. Here, Abner. Take the receiver and listen to Sister Simpson for a while. I got a lot of other work to do.
Well, I don't know what to say to her.
Oh, just say anything. It don't matter no way. She'll do all the talking.
Well, I don't want to listen, Mom. Now, just let that receiver hang there. She'll run down after a while.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Go drop it.
Hope she gets through talking pretty soon, though, because I got a lot of important calls to make.
Importance called? What for?
Well, for the premiere.
Oh.
I'm appointing all the committees this morning so they can get started on all the arrangements for everything. There's a heap of work that's got to be did before Friday night.
Yeah, I reckon so. Well, who's on the committee?
Well, I got Mose Mooch down for ticket sales.
Mose, huh?
Yeah, I figure he can sell a lot of them right there in the barber shop.
That's a good idea.
I'm putting Luke Spears in charge of refreshments. He can get them out of his restaurant, of course.
Yeah. We're going to have refreshments at the movies?
Well, sure. It's a big affair, Abner. Don't forget that. And we want to do it upright and make a good impression on all the visitors that'll more than likely come to Pine Ridge for the premiere.
Yeah. Well, where are we going to get the money to pay for all this stuff?
Uh-huh.
Out of that $10,000 Diogenes left for the community?
No, we can't spend none of that for the premiere.
Well, why not? It's doing a heap of good for Pine Ridge.
Uh-huh.
What do you keep saying uh-huh for?
Oh, just so Sister Simpson will think I'm still listening.
Oh, well, you ain't.
Well, I know, but she don't know the difference. She does all the talking anyway.
Oh. Well, Lum, this premiere is going to help Pine Ridge. All the stores will do more business when the visitors is here, and everybody get a lot of enjoyment out of it.
Nobody wouldn't look right, Abner. Me and you both being in the picture and all. No, we got to find some other way to raise the money.
Well, how are we going to do it?
I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to Squire Skimp.
Squire, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to appoint him head of the financing committee as soon as I can get hold of him.
Yeah.
Just a minute. I better see if Sister Simpson's through talking yet.
Well, if she is, she must not be feeling well today.
Uh-huh.
Talk by the hour.
Yeah, that sounds good, Sister Simpson. Uh-huh. Well, either red or blue, I don't care.
There we go.
Uh-huh. She's still going strong as ever.
Yeah, well, who else is on the committees, Lum? Am I on any of them?
Oh, yeah. I got you down here for... Oh, yeah, you're the head ticket taker.
Ticket taker?
Yeah, you stand right there at the door and take the tickets as the folks go into the theater, or schoolhouse.
Well, good for me.
If you want to, you can wear my trade warden cap.
Can I?
Yeah, you can just paste a piece of paper across the front saying ticket taker on it.
Well, good for me. Wonderful.
I know you'd enjoy it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to put Cedric in charge of getting some big lights to put out in front of the place.
I reckon I ought to borrow Grandpappy Spears' old band uniform and wear that, too.
Yeah, you could.
That's fancy.
What we ought to have is them great big lights that shines way up in the skies. That's the kind they use out there in Hollywood.
Yes, huh?
I don't know where we can get none of them.
No,
Of course, Cedric could drive his car up in front of the school and shoot his searchlight up in the air. That'll help a little.
His doggy little Pearl will be tickled to death to see me standing there taking tickets.
Maybe Cedric will have a idea where we can get some of them big lights.
He might.
And let's see. Oh, yeah, head usher. I ain't got nobody for that yet. Who do you reckon would make a good head usher, Abner?
Let's see. How about Mousy Gray?
Well, no, I already got him out working on something else.
On what?
No, I forget now. Just some little old thing.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. Pick up the receiver, Abner, and see if Sister Simpson's through yet.
Yeah, all right. I wish you'd tell me, though, what it is. Uh-huh. Yes, Sister Simpson, that'll look pretty. Uh-huh. Yeah, red streamers will be fine. Or blue. Well, either red or blue. All right, blue then. Uh-huh. She's telling how she's going to decorate the stage now.
I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake painting her head decorator.
Well, you'd have an awful fight on your hands if you didn't. She ain't never let nobody else be head of no decorating committee for anything that's took place in Pine Ridge as long as I can recollect.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Oh, yeah, she's the decorator.
Well, she'd hurry and get off the phone so that I can get the rest of the committee to find him.
Yeah, you got a heap of a pinting to do, too, you know it. Say, I just thought of something here, Lum. Ain't you going to punch yourself to some committee?
No, I don't believe so, Abner.
Well, now, you got just as much right as the rest of us to be on something, Lum. We don't want to hog all the important job.
No, I'm proud to see you get 'em, Abner. You deserve to get something good out of this premiere.
Well, so do you. Yeah, you're in the picture, too.
Yeah, I know, but I'm willing to sit back and let others take the glory.
Oh, now, Lum.
Besides, I figure somebody will have to be free to ride in the parade.
Parade? Is there going to be a parade?
Oh, yeah, just a little one.
Up
Main Street and over to the schoolhouse just before the show. Won't be much to it.
Yeah, well, Lum, I'd like to get in that parade.
Uh-huh.
And so will Cedric and the Squire. Don't forget, they're both in the picture, too.
Yeah, I know, but Squire will be awful busy counting money and taking care of the finances. And Cedric will have to be on the job handling them big lights.
Yeah.
Of course, you'll have your hands full taking tickets. So it looks like I'll just have to ride in a parade for all you fellas.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I wonder where I can get a bunch of old telephone books.
Telephone book.
Yeah, we'll need some for the folks at the parade to tear up in little bitty pieces and throw them at me as I ride by.
Throw them at you?
Well, I mean little pieces, not the whole book.
Oh.
So they can get up on the roof of some of the store buildings and throw the little pieces of paper down on me like confettis. Makes an impressive thing out of it.
Yeah, say, Lum, I believe we better get somebody else for a ticket taker. I don't believe I'd be much good at that.
Yes, you will now. You're just the man for the job, Abner. I've got to get me a fountain pen, too, so I can sign all them autographs for the folks.
Autographs?
Yeah, I'll more than likely be swamped. Everybody'll be crowding around me asking me for my autograph. All my fans will be there, of course.
Well, now, Lum, I know I can't be the ticket taker then, because I'll have to be signing autographs, too.
No, I doubt if they'll ask you, Abner.
Huh?
I'm the one they'll ask for autographs. I know that.
Well, why will they want yours and they won't want mine?
Abner, listen.
Huh?
I know what I'm doing. Now, you just leave this arrangement up to me.
Well, all right, but I still believe that I ought to be there signing autographs. I can't take tickets, I'll tell you that.
Pick up the receiver again, see if Sister Simpson's done talking yet.
Well, why don't you listen at your phone call?
It ain't importance enough for me to handle. Now, go ahead.
All right, Dad, blame it. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a good idea, Sister Simpson. Uh-huh. Well, whatever you say, either blue or red. Uh-huh. She's up to the rafters.
Wonderful world, Mr. Lum, Mr. Abner.
Oh, Cedric, Doggett, you always have to scare a fella when you come in the store.
I seen him coming in. Well, I never meant to scare nobody. I just want to get some paper to write my name on.
Write your name?
Yes, Mom. Look, I already got my pockets full of slips of paper with my name wrote on them. But I'll need a lot more, though.
Well, what in the world's them for, Cedric?
Them's for autographs. Going to give them out the night of the premiere. Well, just a minute, Cedric. What makes you think anybody'll ask you for your autograph? Oh, I know they will. Already got a whole list of them here.
Well?
Clarence Blevin, Shorty Bates, and Skinny Foster, and Arnold McGuire, and Frank Clancy, and Gomer Bates.
Well, how do you know they'll ask you, Cedric?
Because I paid them all 15 cents for it.
15 cents? Why, Cedric, you oughtn't to do a thing like that. That's almost like cheating or something, ain't it, Lum?
Why, of course it is. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Cedric.
Yeah, you better go back to every one of them young'uns and get your money back, Cedric.
Gosh, I worked awful hard getting all these, and... Wait a minute, there comes Mousy. I ain't got him yet.
Oh.
Well, now, don't bring up the subject around Mousy, Cedric. Don't let him know that you've been doing that, at all.
No, you just forget that idea, Cedric.
I worked awful hard, though.
Well, just keep quiet now, Cedric. Well, howdy, Mousy.
Yeah, howdy, Mousy. I'm sorry I won't be able to talk business with you right now, Mousy.
You won't? Well, gee, I really think I ought to make a report on my activities to you right now, Lum.
Some other time, Mousy. We'll see you later.
Yes, sir, but, Lum, it's not going well at all. I don't think you'll get many fans unless you raise your price. Cedric has already offered everyone 15 cents.
Mom?
Just a minute. Just a minute here. Lum Edders, did you send Mousy out to get young'uns to ask
Stand
your
aside,
order?
Abner. Let me get to that phone. I got an important call on here. I forgot.
Now, Lum, you answer me now.
Hush up, Abner. I can't hear a word she's saying. Uh-huh.
Oh, my.
Yes, Sister Simpson. That'll look something wonderful. Yes, Mom. Uh-huh. Yeah, blue sounds good. Yeah, red's good, too.
Andy, you know what that music says?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you transcribed The Amos and Andy Show. Written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Ruby Dandridge, Vince Townsend, Lillian Randolph, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Charles Correll. I happened to drop in at our Rexall drugstore last week, and I ran into a friend of mine I had seen in the store before. So I said, "Say, Bob, are you in here all the time?" And he said, "Well, the fact is I do stop in here at least once a week, because if I don't, I'm going to miss some values, like the free offer right now on a sample of Bismarex antacid, and a lot of other specials all around the drugstore. So, if you want to make sure you don't miss them, friends, do like my friend Bob does. Just drop in once a week or more at your Rexall family drugstore."
The annual picnic of the Mystic Knights of the Sea Lodge Hall is always the big social event of the spring season. Right now, Sapphire and her mother are making preparations for the affair as the Kingfish watches.
Sapphire, I figured I'd put half a chicken in each one of our box lunches.
Yes, you know, I think box lunches is a much better idea than last year when we barbecued that whole pig.
Yeah, that was a mess, all right. All them hungry brothers hanging around the pit. They couldn't wait for the food to get done. I bent over to see how the pig was doing when that nearsighted brother Jackson poured barbecue sauce on my bald head.
Well, with them weak eyes of his, it's pretty hard to tell one fat pig from another.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you very much. You really a jolly old toad today.
Now, never mind Mama. What about the picnic?
Well, the worst part of the picnic is when we got to serving the food. I never seen such a mess of gate crashers and freeloaders in my life. I managed to get myself a loin of pork about a foot long, and I was sitting under a tree nibbling on the thing when I run into a total stranger eating his way from the other end.
Well, I hope the men behaved themselves this year. It was a disgrace the way they was flirting with all the women.
Nobody was safe. I joined the crowd to watch a potato race, and some wolf pinched me.
Now, wait a minute, Mama, wait a minute. We was way out in the country there. You probably mistook a woodpecker for romance.
That no-good friend of yours, Andy Brown, it was just outrageous the way he was chasing all the girls.
Oh, what you talking about? He was only trying to get in the spirit. Andy is just a great, big, friendly hound dog.
He treated that young widow Wilson twice.
Now, listen, Mama, you was out for a little romance yourself. You and that old man Witherspoon was together all the time.
Oh, George, what you talking about? Him and Mama was just doing the dishes.
Listen, I see them holding hands under that greasy dishwater. That was a rinso romance if ever I seen one.
Well, if you men just behave yourself this year, we ought to have a wonderful picnic.
Well, I've been the Kingfish of the Lodge now for 25 years, and we'll never match the one we had back in 1929. That was the year that fun-loving Brother Gaylord done spiked a barrel of lemonade with a quarter antifreeze. Yeah, what a glorious catastrophe. We know that it had been a success when we had to bring half the members home strapped on top of the bus. Well, lovely picnic, ain't it, Brother Ender?
Yeah, Kingfish, except for the bus trip up here. I took a snooze, and some wise guy filled my derby with potato salad.
Yeah. Well, if we run short, I'll let you know, Ender. But say, Brother Andy, we've been here a half hour already, and I noticed that you ain't lined yourself up no picnic playmates yet. Ha! You know, there's a lot of pretty gals around here.
Yeah, but I'm going to be careful this year. I'm looking for a gal that's young and pretty and has also got the faint aroma of fried chicken coming out of her picnic basket.
Well, I'll see you later, Andy. There's a rumor around that there's a garter snake in the girls' bathhouse. I'm not going to investigate.
Yeah, who started the rumor?
I did.
I thought... So long, Kingfish. So long. Now, let me see if I can find out just the right gal around here. Then I can... Uh-oh. Who is this fat gal waddling up to me here with the straw hamper?
Oh, excuse me, but I noticed you standing here. Is you alone on the picnic like I is?
No, I'm meeting somebody. A whole party of people I'm meeting.
Well, that's a shame, 'cause I have a whole turkey, a half a ham in my picnic basket here, along with a big chocolate cake, hot biscuits, and 2 quarts of potato salad. I'm looking for someone that's all alone to share it with.
Someone that's all alone? Shake hands with the lone wolf.
Oh, I'm so glad you're alone. My name is Poinsettia Pearson.
Yeah, well, mine is Andrew Hogg Brown. And now that I have met you, it would be a pleasure to make the acquaintance of your ham and turkey.
Oh, Andy, you're so cute. You know, lots of men wouldn't want to be seen with a fat girl like me.
Oh, don't worry about that, honey. I is the type that likes a gal for her character. But you show you got a whole turkey in there, ain't you?
Oh, yes. I've even got a quart of ice cream, all packed in ice.
You got more character than I thought you did. You know, Poinsettia, we're going to have a big time today. I'm going to take you on the merry-go-round, on all the rides, and we're going to play all the games together. I ain't going to leave your side all day.
Oh, Andy. No fooling?
Well, maybe a little in the bus on the way home. Yeah, Kingfish, I done give the landlord notice on my room here, and me and Poinsettia's going to be married on the 25th.
Holy mackerel, Andy. You only met the gal 3 days ago on a picnic, and you already done set the wedding date, huh?
Yeah.
Even Roy Rogers couldn't put his brand on a heifer that quick. Yeah, but ain't she a little on the plump side, Andy?
Oh, yeah, but she wears nice clothes and always has her hair fixed nice and is well-groomed. Oh, I tell you, Kingfish, she's about the neatest looking fat slob I done ever seen.
Yeah, and that great menagerie known as marriage, you can't go wrong with a happy hippopotamus.
No. Yeah, well, I'm packing up all my stuff here, getting ready to move out. I'm throwing away a lot of stuff I don't need no more.
Oh, yeah, cleaning house here, huh? Getting rid of the old stuff. Yeah, what you throwing away here, boy?
Oh, that? Well, that is the dance program for my first dance, Kingfish.
Let me look in here.
Yeah, go ahead.
First dance, Alfred Watkins. Second dance, Freddie Howard. Third dance, Tom Henderson. Man, you didn't dance with nothing but boys.
Yeah, well, it was a small school, and it didn't have gals enough to go around. I was only 9, and the dancing teacher only passed out the gals to the fellows that was old enough to appreciate them, you know.
Yeah, well, you throwing away a lot of stuff here from your old romantic past, Andy. What is this thing here?
Oh, well, during the war, I was going with a gal that worked for the IRT subway. Oh, it was a beautiful romance, Kingfish. And when we busted up, she gave me her motorman's glove.
Yeah, the gal had quite a claw on it, didn't she?
Yeah, when she'd run her finger through my hair, it was like smooching with an eagle.
Well, you were lucky getting a gal like this Poinsettia. I understand she got a lot of money, too, ain't it?
Oh, sure. Her papa's given us $6,000 to buy a little honeymoon cottage in the country up at Pleasant Acres. We got it picked out and everything. Oh, yeah. We're really going to... Wait a minute. Hello? Oh, hello, Poinsettia. Yeah, what's that? Oh, me. Well, now, don't get upset, my honey bun. Yeah, I know it's awful, but Andy's going to take care of it. Yeah. But now just don't upset your big old self. Goodbye.
Yeah, well, what's the matter, Andy?
Oh, me, Kingfisher. Know that honeymoon cottage we had picked out?
Yeah?
Well, somebody else done took an option on it. A Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins. Look like they're going to get it, too. Poinsettia's so upset she wants to postpone the wedding.
Well, now, listen, Andy, you can't take no chances on missing out on this rich gal. We'll get a hold of this Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins and see if there ain't some way to get them to give up the house.
Yeah, me and Poinsettia has got to get that cottage at Pleasant Acres because I has given up my room. I'll tell you one thing. I ain't going to spend my honeymoon in no flop house.
Oh, I don't blame you.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist. One like those in your own hometown. We've made the word Rexall part of our own store names because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. For example, our modern line of Ann Delafield Cosmetics puts old-fashioned beauty aids way out of date. Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is all beauty creams in one, the only cream a modern woman needs. Ann Delafield's face powders have a built-in foundation. And Delafield's lipsticks double as a cream rouge. So be sure to try this modern line of luxury cosmetics by Ann Delafield. You'll find them in beautiful golden containers at Rexall Drug Stores exclusively.
Well, Andy, here's Mr. Jenkins' office. Now, if this thing here works, I think we're going to be able to get to drop that option he's got on your honeymoon cottage in Pleasant Acres.
Yeah. We're supposed to be from the railroad company, huh? And we're going to tell him that we're putting a new roadbed right next to the cottage.
Yeah, that's right, Andy. In them overalls and striped cap, you look just like that great engineer, Greasy Jones. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's get in there. Knock on the door.
Come in. Can I help you?
Oh, yeah, sir. How you do, sir? You was Mr. Jenkins, ain't you?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce ourselves. I is Mainline Stevens, president of the Atchison, Topeka, and the Pleasant Acres Railroad.
How do you do?
And this here is my chief engineer here, Heavy Throttle Brown. You have to excuse his appearance here, but he just highballed it in from St. Louis, you see.
Highballed?
Oh, sure. On a long trip like that, I always ducks back to the club car for a couple of snorts.
Well, as I say, you have to excuse Heavy Throttle here. He ain't been the same since he stuck his head out of the cab in a narrow tunnel, you see.
Well, what's this about the Pleasant Acres Railroad? I have an option on a house in Pleasant Acres.
Oh, yeah, sir. Well, you see, our road is expanding now, and I took a look at our plans this morning, and according to our survey, our main line is going to split your house right down the middle.
Well, I absolutely refuse to move.
Well, you can stay there if you want to, but if you gets up in the morning to brush your teeth, I suggest you consult your timetable before you heads for the bathroom.
Yeah. Now, you better syncopate your watch, too. Because if you misjudge the schedule, you're liable to end up riding the cowcatcher to Chicago in your pajamas.
Well, my wife and I want that house in the worst way. I'll go to court and fight this thing.
Well, a woman fought us on it over New Jersey. The court made us move the tracks 15 feet, but didn't do her much good. We still run the tracks right by our back door.
Right by our back door?
Yeah, she come out one morning and bent over to pick up a milk bottle just as the train was going by. The mail hook got her, and she wound up sitting in the dead letter office at Washington, D.C.
Not only that, the government made her husband pay the return postage on her.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, you got to get out of there, Mother. We got you under the law of empty domain, the Iron Horse Amendment, and the Gander Dancer Bill of 1875.
Well, I can't quite understand what you're talking about, but I'm not going to buy a house near a railroad. I'm calling my broker and canceling that option.
Yeah. Now you're doing the smart thing. That's what you do.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Jenkins, because when you and your wife is having breakfast some morning, I'd hate to come along and flatten your wheat cakes with my diesel.
Come on, Heavy Throttle. See you later.
Oh, boy, Kingfish, it worked. I'm going to get a hold of Amos now and finish my packing.
Yeah, and in a few days you'll be carrying your bride over the threshold of your honeymoon cottage.
Carry her across the threshold? Well, I hope I don't get that big fat bundle of joy stuck in the doorway. That would be a fine way to start a married life out. Yeah, Amos, I thought I could take these trunks and store them over at your place.
Yeah, well, that's fine. You sure got a lot of stuff here. And look at all these loose books and papers and everything you got around here.
Oh, yeah, I never throwed nothing away.
Yeah, see, I'll take all these and pack... say, what is this legal-looking paper here? It's dated 1927. Got a gal's name on it, Mary Bell Hobson. What is that?
Oh, that's nothing, Amos. That's just my old marriage license.
Yeah, well, if you and Poinsettia when... your marriage license?
Yeah, I took it out when me and Maribel got married.
Wait a minute, Andy. You mean to say that you has been married before? I has known you almost all your life, and I ain't never heard of this.
Well, this happened that summer you went away to visit your aunt. I got a job on a pig farm right outside of Marietta, Georgia. There was a gal working there that used to help me take care of the pigs, and used to call her the pig woman.
Oh, gal, huh? Well, knowing you, I ain't surprised you wound up playing Piggy Wiggy.
No, Amos. There was nothing to it. She was going to get some money if she married by a certain time. So she asked me to marry her so she could get the money, and then she was going to null up the marriage.
Yeah, well, now, look here, Andy. Was the marriage ever annulled?
Well, I don't know. Right after the marriage, I caught a train for back home, and then right after that, you and me come up here to New York. That was over 25 years ago, and I ain't seen or heard from her since.
Andy, look here. If that other marriage ain't annulled, you'll be committing bigamy.
No, me. Yeah, I think I'll get hold of the Kingfish and go over and see our lawyer, Calhoun. This is a mess, ain't
Oh,
it?
it certainly is, Andy.
You know something? I would have had a beautiful, carefree romance today if I'd have slapped them hogs by myself.
Yeah, that's right.
Hello there, this is Harlow Wilcox with a word for people who take vitamins. The word is Plenamins, one of the best balanced vitamin formulas known. Rexall Plenamins give you 10 important nutrition-protecting vitamins plus 3 important extras. In fact, Plenamins give you more than your minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. And the 3 important extras, iron, liver concentrate, and vitamin B12, aid in the formation of red blood cells. So remember, friends, Rexall Plenamins mean vitamins aplenty. Yet, these potent Rexall multivitamins are yours for only pennies a day. Get your supply now. Get Rexall Plenamins, Plenamins, at the friendly stores with the orange and blue sign. Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Now, calm down, Brother Andy. We're going to get you out of this mess somehow.
Yeah, well, let's get in here and see Algonquin J. Calhoun.
Hiya, boys.
Well, hiya, Calhoun. You busy right now?
Yeah, I'm working on a case. My brother Iroquois is in jail.
Iroquois is in jail?
Yeah.
What done happened?
Well, he was sitting at home the other night all by himself when all of a sudden he heard the fire engine coming down the street. Well, he rushed out of the house, rushed across the street, got a ladder and put it up to the second-story window of a hotel and pulled out 3 gals.
Yeah, well, what did you arrest him for?
The hotel wasn't on fire.
Tell him your sad story, Andy.
Yeah. Well, Calhoun, 25 years ago, I married a gal down in Georgia.
Yeah.
Now, it was supposed to be nulled up, but I ain't sure.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm going to marry a gal up here, and I don't know what to do.
Well, now, wait a minute here. Let me mull this thing over here. One wife here and one wife in Georgia. Andy, I got a solution to the whole thing.
Great. What is it?
It looks like you're going to have to commute.
Now, wait a minute, Calhoun. This here is serious. The gal he gonna marry up here has got money, and he just want to make sure that he ain't no bigger mistake. That's all he got to pay.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you just how to handle it, boys. You advertise it in the New York paper, and you advertise it in the newspaper where you was married down in Georgia. Now, if she don't answer the ad in 10 days, we can have the court declare her legally dead.
And that puts Andy in the clear, huh?
That's right, boys.
Oh, that's great. Come on, Kingfish. We'll go right over and put the ad in the newspaper.
Poor Andy. Andy was always having gal trouble. Too bad you don't get along smooth like I does with my new gal.
You got a new gal, Calhoun?
Oh, man, yeah. Yeah, I met her because we was both interested in astronomy. And 3 weeks ago, I bought a telescope and set it up on the roof of my apartment. Well, sir, the first night I got it, me and my gal went up there. And while we was waiting for the stars to come out, we started doing a little smooching.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do, all right.
Yeah, we've been going up there every night for 3 weeks.
You seeing many stars with the telescope?
The telescope? Man, I sent that thing back the second night.
Well, then, we put the ad in about your first wife, the pig woman, in the New York paper.
Yeah, now we got to decompose this telegram and send it to the Georgia paper.
Yeah, how you coming there, Andy?
Well, how did it sound, Kingfish?
Yeah, read it to me there.
To whom it may concern. Will the pig woman, Mary Bell Hobson, that I married 25 years ago in Georgia, please get in touch with me? Signed, Andrew H. Brown.
Now, wait a minute, Andy. That telegram gonna cost you a lot of money for each word that you send there, boy. We better cut down that thing here.
Yeah, that's right. No sense going overboard.
Yeah, wait a minute now. Look here, that to whom it may concern on there. Now, you don't need that.
Don't, huh?
Ain't nobody gonna be reading the thing unless it concerns them.
Yeah. And anyway, as soon as they reach the next line, they is gonna know who is whom to whom we is whomin'.
Yeah, that's right. Scratch that out there, Andy. Whom it may concern. Scratch that.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Now, if you married her, you know she's a woman, and she knows she's a woman. Scratch the woman.
That's right.
Now, you ain't got to give her name either. She knows her own name, Mary Bell Hobson. Scratch Mary Bell.
Oh, yeah. Boy, we is itching pretty good so far, ain't it?
And now, there's a lot of superficial words in there. You can scratch this one here and this one right there. Yeah, scratch that one right there. Yeah. Now, there you is, Andy. We done saved you a couple of bucks already, boy.
Oh, yeah, that's swell. Now we can send the telegram to the paper in Georgia.
Yeah, read the thing back to me now, Andy. See how it sounds.
Yeah, well, it say here, will the pig I married please get in touch with me? No, that ain't gonna work.
Not unless we're running under livestock wanted.
Look, Kingfish, I think we better send them the ad the way it was in the first place. I don't want to make no mistakes.
Yeah, you're right, Ender.
And I was just thinking, Kingfish, if this don't work, I still got a out on this thing. I can go to court and get myself declared legally dead.
Well, Andy, it's been 10 days and you ain't heard nothing from the ad you done put in the newspaper, is you?
That's right, Amos. Everything is working out fine. And we is all set with the Honeymoon Cottage, too.
Oh, yes, huh?
Oh, yeah. That fella that we scared off with that story about the railroad going through done dropped his option. Me and the Kingfish put up $100 to hold the place till after the wedding.
Yeah, then as soon as you married, her papa gonna put up the rest of the money, huh?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm gonna give the old boy an ultimatum, too. At the wedding tomorrow, I ain't gonna kiss that bride till he give me a check.
Yeah, that's right.
We are reverently assembled to see this man and this woman united and married. If there be any here present who knows any just cause why they may not be lawfully joined in marriage, I require him now to make it known, or ever after hold his peace.
Stop this man!
Quiet, quiet, friends, please, quiet. My good woman, what is the reason for this interruption?
This ceremony can't go through. Andy Brown married me 25 years ago in Georgia.
Andy Brown, is this true what this woman said?
Well, yes, Poinsettia, but you see,
That's enough. I don't want to hear any more. I've been suspicious of you from the beginning.
But Poinsettia,
Out of my way, you no good bigamist. I never want to see you again, you fortune hunter.
But, honey, sweetheart, my baby.
And the real estate man say he's going to meet you out here at the Honeymoon Cottage, huh?
Yeah, now that me and Poinsettia ain't getting married, I'm going to get my $100 deposit back.
Yeah, that was a mess, Andy. That woman running into the church there and messing up your marriage.
Yeah.
I was sure the pig woman would never show up.
Yeah, and she run out of the church before I could even speak to her. Boy, she's sure aged up, though, ain't she?
Well, Andy, why don't you knock on the door there? Maybe the real estate agent is waiting inside for you.
I want to get my money back, I'll tell you that.
Yes?
Could we see the real estate agent that, holy smokes, Andy. It's the woman that done busted up your marriage.
That's right. I saw your ad in the New York paper and I knew just what to do.
Yeah, but wait a minute here. Is you really the pig woman that I married?
Oh, of course not. I'm Mrs. Jenkins. We found out there was no railroad coming through here, and my husband and I cooked this whole thing up to get back our honeymoon cottage.
Oh, no!
May I have my free sample of Bismarex powder?
I'd like that free Bismarex sample, please. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we Rexall family druggists are happy to offer every customer a free trial package of Bismarex antacid during May. Bismarex is Rexall's exclusive formula for acid indigestion. This time-tested antacid acts on excess stomach acid within 1 minute and prolongs relief for hours, thanks to its effective four-way relay action. So be sure to ask for your free trial package of Rexall Bismarex. That's Bisma-Rex at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Freeman Gosden. Next Saturday is Armed Forces Day. I just want to offer a tribute from my partner and myself and from all of the people on our show for the men and women of our fighting forces who devote their lives to the protection of our nation. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
What? A full quart vacuum bottle for only $1.99?
Yes, indeed. You can get the $2.25 Cape Cod vacuum bottle for only $1.99. All through the month of May at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present The Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The difference. Campbell's Tomato Juice presents
George Burns and Gracie Alice with Tony Martin and Ken Niles and Henry King and his music.
The Ice Wing. just a minute, George Burns and J.C. Allen will be with us. Meanwhile, this is Ken Niles with a message for everybody who hasn't yet tasted that refreshing, thirst-quenching, soothing, satisfying, grand and glorious drink, Campbell's Tomato Juice. Now, until you drink Campbell's, you don't know how downright good tomato juice can be. Or in between, you can enjoy a tomato juice that has the true, fresh, biting deep into a fresh-picked tomato in August. That's the thrill you get in your first glass of Campbell's Tomato Juice. Drink tomato juice or whether you don't. Tomorrow I want you to try Campbell's Tomato Juice at its very best. Do it, will you? Fine. And now, here are George and J.C.
Thank you very much. Hello, boys. Hello. Well, J.C., say hello to everybody.
Hello. Oh, am I excited? I'm getting married. Woo!
Married? Is that so?
Yeah. He called me up on the telephone and he said to me, he said, he said, honey, will you marry me?
Yes.
And I said, will I marry you? I've been waiting for this for years. I should say I will marry you. Isn't that wonderful? I've never been so excited.
Gracie, who is he? I say, who is he?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
No, he hung up.
He hung up?
Yeah, well, maybe he wanted to be the first one to tell us about the good news, huh?
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Whimsical, jealous, huh, Jimsy?
Gracie, I was just saying to that. Jimmy Newell is another son of mine.
What?
Yes, he's making a picture and was called away on location, so we had to leave the station.
Jimmy Newell isn't on this program anymore.
No.
Why, that's like taking the cream out of your coffee.
I know.
It's like taking the spark plug out of your automobile.
Yeah, but...
Well, that's like taking my uncle out of jail.
Yes.
That's like...
Quiet. I'd like to introduce our new singer.
Why, that's
Quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a young fellow that everybody is talking about. He's been a big success in his first few pictures with 20th Century Fox. And I'm young, he's handsome. Just a minute. And he has a grand voice. I want you to meet Tony Martin.
Thank you very much. Certainly a thrill getting on the Burns and Allen show and meeting everybody. I'd like to be one of the crowd, so I'd appreciate it if you just call me Tony.
Tony? Oh, are you any relation to Thomas because?
Don't mind her, Tony. She's upset because she thinks Jimmy Newell walked out on her.
Well, I don't blame you, Gracie. I bet you missed you, Jimsicle Whimsicle.
Jimsicle Whimsicle? Jimsicle Whimsicle. Nicely so.
Yes. We used to be on this program as far back as last Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Whatever became of this program?
There you are, Tony. She's forgotten Jimmy Newell in 1 week.
Gracie.
Yes, Tony.
I hope you don't forget me a week after I'm gone.
Why, Tony, a week after you're gone, I'll be with you, if you know what I mean.
I think he knows what you mean. Ken Niles. Yes? This is Tony Martin.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Tony. And this is Henry James.
Oh, I know Henry.
Yeah.
I heard him play the piano before I ever came on this program.
Oh, good. Then he won't be such a shock to you as he was to us.
Well, yes, it's one happy little family.
Hello, Tony. I saw you in your last picture, and you were swell.
You mean Pigskin Parade?
Pigskin Parade? Oh, I didn't know Pigskin Parade. They can hardly walk. How can they parade?
No, Gracie. I mean, pigskins means football.
Yeah, you see, a football is made of pigskin.
What's that?
Hide. The pigs outside.
Oh, well, if the pigs outside, bring them inside. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine.
Gracie.
That was very clever, George.
Clever? I didn't say anything.
Oh, that's when you're clever.
Tony, I saw you in your last picture, and that sure was a funny scene between you, Jack Haley, and Alice Faye.
Oh, do you mean that Tony acts in pictures?
Yeah, he plays romantic parts.
Romantic parts?
Well, I think you call them romantic parts.
You mean you make love to movie stars, you hug them and you kiss them?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Well, tell me, Tony, is it a thrill to kiss Clark Gable?
Tracy, Tony Martin is a man.
Well, so is Clark Gable.
Did you ever hear of two men kissing?
My daddy and my uncle?
Your daddy and your uncle kissed?
They kissed my mother and aunt?
Tony Martin never kissed Clark Gable. Did you ever kiss Greta Garbo?
Kiss her? I can't even get her autograph.
I can't either. I've tried myself.
Say, George, why is it? You're in pictures, Tony Martin's in pictures, Clark Gable's in pictures. Nothing happens to me.
Oh, maybe you're not the type. Try.
Yeah.
I mean, try.
That's better, yes. Try, yes. That clears that up.
I don't know. I'm tall and not hard to look at.
Yeah, and I love your hair, Henry. It's so black and slick.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you like my hair.
Oh, don't mention it. How often do you change your oil?
How often does he change his oil? About every 20 miles.
Oh, please, George. Tony, as long as you're the romantic type, the radio audience won't judge you by your singing, you know. They'll judge you by your kisses.
It's coming.
And Tony, I can tell by one kiss just what type of program a man should be on.
Well, Gracie, this is my first show, and I'm a little bit nervous.
Well, all right, Tony. Then I'll start with the other boys. But I'm going to say the best thing for last. So, Henry, sing your first.
That's an idea, yeah.
First, eh? Well, okay, Gracie. So you can tell by one kiss just what type of program a man should be on.
Yes.
Well, here goes.
Yes. You belong in the hit parade.
Thanks.
Then I'll next.
All right.
You belong on the Campbell's Tomato Juice program on a kind of I Can Taste the Difference. And now, Judge Porgy.
Okie dokie.
You belong on Major Bo's amateur program.
I never cared to share my devotion. Love never touched my heart. I knew nothing of the thrill in store. I never dared to show my emotion. Now I'm about to start. Honey, I have never felt this way before. There's something in the air that warns me to beware tonight. There's something in the air. There's music in the breeze. I never saw the stars so bright. There's something in the air. Though I find there's danger in your eyes, the thrill is new. I've been blind. Now I realize what love can do. I feel it everywhere. twisted mind tonight. There's something in the
very nice. Yes, sir, that was Tony Martin singing There's Something in the Air from Banjo on My Knee.
Yeah, Tony, and you were simply grand.
What did I tell you, Tony? Didn't I tell you there was nothing to be nervous about?
Well, Tony, we're glad to have you on this program, and it's all right with me if you haven't kissed Clark Gable.
Oh, sure. George isn't jealous.
Thanks.
Now, Tony, if you wanted to kiss me, I guess there'd be nothing I could do about it.
Well, you could holler for help.
But Tony doesn't look like that kind of a man.
You mean I'm not the kind of a man who would try to kiss you?
Well, no, I mean you're not the kind of a man who would need any help.
Well, Tony Martin has no idea of trying to kiss you.
Now, please, George. Tony Martin knows what his ideas are, I hope.
I don't know what his ideas are, but I want to set you right on one thing. If you ever kiss me, I'll be dead.
That's what I'm afraid of.
That's a nice compliment.
No, Gracie, you don't have to worry about Tony Martin forcing his attentions on you.
Yeah, that's right. Jimmy Newell was on this program for 6 months, and he never bothered you.
No, Jimmy Newell never grabbed you in his arms, or never hugged you, or kissed you.
I know he didn't. And why do you think he isn't on this program anymore, Tony?
Well, anything is liable to happen.
Said it. Now comes the surprise.
You mean I'm fired?
No. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day.
Well, that's no surprise. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but I know it, too. That's the surprise.
That's not only a surprise. That's amazing.
So, in honor of Tony Martin and in honor of Thanksgiving, I'm going to dramatize one of my great events in history. I've written a special play about the Pilgrims called The Landing of the Indians.
You mean the landing of the Pilgrims?
No, the landing of the Indians, on account of when the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock, the Indians landed on the Pilgrims.
And this is in honor of Tony Martin and Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they're my very favorite holidays.
Mine, too.
Now, George, you play the part of Captain Burns, skipper of the Mayflower. And I'm your good wife, Olive Oil.
I see. I'm Captain Burns, and you're my good wife, Olive Oil.
Yeah, on account of because olive oil is good for burns.
I get it. Olive oil, that's pretty hot stuff.
Tony.
Yes?
You're playing the part of the mate.
You mean I'm the captain's mate?
No, you're the captain's wife's mate.
Oh.
Remember what happened to Jimmy Newell?
Yes,
I'll remember that.
Henry.
Yep.
You're playing the part of an early settler.
What's an early settler?
Anybody who pays his bills before the end of the month.
I see, and I suppose Ken Isles is an Indian.
Oh, don't be silly. Does he look like a foreigner?
A foreigner?
Ken?
Yes.
Mr. Niles. You can't come in here. There's a broadcast going on.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Well, I'm Ned Shaw, the butcher. Mr. Niles told me to bring some turkeys up here. He says he'd like to pick one out. Mr. Niles!
Wait a minute. I told you to come after the broadcast.
Well, certainly. This is no time to try to sell people turkeys right in the middle of a radio show.
Certainly.
There's no time to sell people ducks or fish.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even buy a button from you. Take your buttons and get out.
Yeah, well...
Miss, I'm not selling buttons.
Well, what are you selling?
Turkey.
How much are they?
How much are they?
Yeah.
Well, you know how high turkeys run.
Certainly, they run as high as their hips, and from their hips up their sides.
Wait a minute. Gracie, are we going to buy turkeys, or are we going to do a play?
Well, let's flip the butcher and see.
Flip the butcher? Well, Tony, this whole thing is in your honor.
And don't think that I appreciate it.
What did you say?
I said, don't think that I appreciate it.
That's what I thought you said.
Mr. Butcher, there's one thing that always puzzled me. After you cut off a turkey's head, how does he know which end to gobble with?
Ken, this is your butcher, so why don't you play with it?
Oh, and another thing. Does a turkey gobble or does it cluck? Gobble, Cluck.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Butcher, is it a thrill to kiss a fellow like Cluck Gobble?
Cluck Gobble?
Yes.
Cluck Gobble. You people don't want a turkey. What you want is a padded cell. Good night.
Well, he certainly got rid of us easy, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, anywho, getting back to my play at Plymouth Rock. George, you play Captain Burns.
I know. We all know our part. But what are you going to use for Plymouth Rock?
Oh, don't be silly. Use your head.
Henry King will play a medley of Born to Dance.
A medley?
You know what a medley is.
You mean like Tony Martin is madly in love with me?
That's what I mean. All right, Henry.
You know, lots of folks whom I've persuaded to try Campbell's tomato juice are amazed when they first taste it. They say this is no ordinary tomato juice. This is real. Why, it tastes like biting into a big, juicy tomato in the good old summertime. They ask me how on earth Campbell's can keep in it that real, fresh tomato flavor. Well, I wish I could show all of you the tomatoes Campbell's use for their tomato juice. They are beauties. More luscious to look at and to taste than you'd ever dream a tomato could be. They grow from special seeds and ripen under the warm August sun. And I wish you could see the canning of Campbell's tomato juice, how the fresh, natural flavor and the vitamins are scientifically protected for you to enjoy. But you try Campbell's tomato juice because, honestly, one glass will tell you how good it is. You'll be delighted with the lively flavor of the very first swallow. Keep several cans always in the refrigerator. You'll find you'll be going for it often. So be sure the tomato juice you buy is Campbell's. Remember, there really is a big difference in tomato juice. Campbell's is the one with the true, fresh tomato flavor. Taste the difference. And now for Gracie's hysterical dramatization, The Landing of the Indians. Cast, Captain of the Mayflower, George Burns. His good wife, Olive Oil, Gracie Allen. An early settler who comes across, Henry King. The captain's mate, Tony Martin. And an Indian, a foreigner, a gentleman, and a scholar, Ken Niles. And now for the play.
Go ahead, Captain Burns. Act. Your ship's in.
Well, here goes for some acting.
Oh, that's very good.
Wait a minute, I didn't start yet.
Oh.
The Mayflower has landed safely. Men, tie her up to the wharf.
Tie her up to the what?
Wharf! Wharf! Wharf!
Somebody throw George a piece of liver.
Ahoy there! Make the boat fast. We'd like to disembark.
Disembark?
Bark! Bark!
Wharf, wharf, wharf.
Silence, silence. Captain, behold yon Indians. I cannot leave thy ship without taking my life in my hand.
Oh, Captain, if he's going to take his life in his hands, you'll have to carry the suitcases.
Hast thou gone nuts, the captain of the Mayflower, carrying suitcases?
Well, then, call a redskin.
A redskin? You mean a redcap?
Well, shiver my timbers if it isn't New England. Come, Captain, let's bustle ashore and see what yon two Indians want.
Come, Pilgrim. Follow thy captain. And when we parley with yon savages, let me do the talking. Do you follow me?
No.
You don't understand me?
Oh, we understand you, Captain. Well, we're not going to follow you. We Puritans can't go into saloons.
Silence, my followers. Here are the Indians. Hello, Chief.
How? We Indian Chief Customs Officers. My name, Sitting Dawn. My partner name, Standing Hop.
Sitting down and standing up? Well, say, you must be a couple of Indians from the Bronx.
Take him easy, white man. What you got in that valise?
'Tis none of thy business. Who dost thou think thou art?
White man better keep mouth closed and let me see him suitcase.
Oh, Tony, shut your mouth and open the suitcase.
You better be careful, mate.
Yes, or we will take your scalp for lease and murder you.
Scalp, police, murder!
Scalp, police, murder!
What trouble here? Meet my Indian friend, Chief Riding Bull.
Hello, How.
How? Me, Indian ship reporter.
Oh. I say, How Riding Bull, eh? Say, aren't you the butcher that was here a while ago with the turkey?
Well, yeah, but business was bad and I had a couple of feathers left over, so I stuck a feather in my hat and made myself like an Indian.
There. Well, partner, you don't look like an Indian. Well, aside from that, how are you boys doing?
Me very happy. Me got no squawk.
You got no squawk. Oh, him a bachelor.
Yeah, him a bachelor.
He married, but me got no papoose.
Oh, yes, you have. You got the silliest looking papoose I ever.
Olive oil, have a care. These Indians might be cannibals.
You mean our sponsors?
Oh, yeah, cannibals, tomato juice.
I do commercials. Here comes Trunk.
Oh, that's not a trunk. That's our early settler, Henry King. He's only half trunk.
Half trunk.
Henry King, huh? You cannot bring cantaloupe into this country.
Cantaloupe? That's my face.
Henry, don't argue. Take it back and bring them cantaloupe.
Well, Henry. Well, say something, Henry.
Throw him a line. Will somebody throw him a line? Throw him a line.
Had a fine. The sound man threw a line on the stage.
Oh, yeah, my line.
Yes.
I will pay duty. Dost thou think my face is a luxury?
Well, it certainly doesn't look like a necessity.
Gracie, instead of your name being Olive Oil, it should be maple syrup.
Why? On account of I'm so sweet?
No, because you're a refined fat.
get it.
You don't, then.
Lady got 'em statement to make for Injun newspaper.
Well, yes. Mother Goose rhyme.
Double off.
Rhyme. Sing a song of 6 pints. I'm here to introduce you Indian bucks and pretty squaws to Campbell's tomato juice.
That's right.
It's a swell drink for Thanksgiving. You Redmen are in luck. A squaw can buy a can for her dime or 10 cans for her buck.
10 gangs for her buck. Yes, well, that's the finish,
Yeah.
Me can't print that for readers.
No, but
Readers
you-
think me nuts. Me cultured. Me proper.
You what?
Me proper.
Congratulations, boy or girl.
Boy or girl?
Gracie, I thought this play was supposed to be in my honor. I didn't have anything to do.
Oh, yes, you have, Tony. You've got something very important to say right now.
What is it?
Well, you're supposed to ask me what I'm going to do after the broadcast.
Gracie, what's that got to do with the landing of the Pilgrim?
Well, nothing, but if he asks me, it's going to have a lot to do with the landing of Tony Martin, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean. All right. Now, Gracie will sing with plenty of money in you. Sing it, Gracie.
I have never envied folks with money. Millionaires don't get along so well. You have me, but not a bit of money. Still a combination would be swell. Oh, baby, what I could do with plenty of money and you. In spite of our worries that money brings, just a little filthy lucre buys a lot of things, and you could take me to places I'd like to go. But outside of that, I've no use for dough. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But give me that money and you go dig a little deeper. Dig a little deeper.
That's the gold digger's lullaby.
Oh, I'd like a fur coat that was made of me. I'd like to have big champagne to drink. I'd like a square-card emerald diamond ring. And you can't imagine how much joy a yacht can bring. And I'd play all the Rivieras in winter time and climb the Sierras in summertime. So's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But I'm certain, honey, that life could be funny. Oh, George, you look funny. Oh, la, 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 la. I don't know the finish. A happy Thanksgiving. Oh, la, 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 la. Oh, pass me the lightning.
Wait a minute.
3 cheers for the Americas. 3 vitamins for Campbell's tomato juice. La, 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 la. Good night, everybody. I'll see you next Wednesday. Oh, la, 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 la,
Come on.
la, 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 la.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's the Don Lee Station, Los Angeles. Time signal courtesy Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company.